We should be live by now. Yes, there we go. We are live for the very final Everdale stream. So sadly, this is going to be it. To my surprise, it is still up. The game is still working as of 9:07 PM New Zealand Daylight Time. I expected to come back and then it would have... Oh, the sounds. This is like the game I got up to like every morning and went to bed to every morning for like months. So it's just crazy. So it's going to sort of be looking through the Discord post mainly because the game will stop probably quite soon. I did this stream like 15 minutes, a 15-minute stream a while, like 3 hours ago, and I thought when I got back it would be done, but to my surprise it is still here, and we are level 13, so this will be, it will almost certainly close down while the duration of me covering it, because it said it's closing down. I assumed it would be the same time as Clash Quest, but it actually says 10 AM, which it was, the last time it was 12 AM, and 12 was 9 PM New Zealand time, so I'm not sure what the deal with that is. But yeah, we'll stream it, and I'll sort of, yeah, and I feel like it's sort of hard doing the second, like, because I felt like that other, not last one earlier today, but like that other one was like a nice final one, and so I don't want to take away from that. So yeah, but I did want to cover some of the stuff that I'm going to cover in the very final one, which is sad. It's sad that the game has got to where it is now, and finally going away, which, yeah, is a shame. But okay, I'll just show you the display capture, and then these are the final people chatting in the final hours of the game. It's just like, mate, it's like Clash Quest all over again. I mean, oh whoa, that was 30th. Whoa, okay, that's so, oh my goodness, that's incredibly inactive, and there's just a little bit of extraction. You can see why it ended up dying, but yeah, I mean, there wouldn't have been many people that played to the end. Heaps of people I'm seeing in here, the same ones that, yeah, look, like, Big Boss is one of the main guys of Rootland. And Clash with Style is one of the main guys of Rootland. Packer is one of the main guys of Rootland. I'm pretty sure this guy's in Rootland as well. So it's like most of the active ones in Everdale, well, not necessarily most, but a lot of them have moved over to the game of yeah, what's it called? Rootland, which is a nice game, and I've been playing it for a while and that, although I don't enjoy it as much as Everdale. But yeah, it's crazy because, I mean, it just died like not long after they just said, we're going to find out who, you know, sorry. We're gonna find out. I was reading that. Yeah, like, it was announced so shortly after the last one. Like, it was like Clash Quest just died, and it's sort of just like, it was literally like within a week or something. It was so short, and then like, oh, by the way, that's gone as well. Blue Robot, another guy that also plays Rootland, and not sure about Mr. Sandwich, but yeah, there's so many of the most active ones. And Greet, literally all the active ones. All the active ones, just about. Or I'd say majority of these final, like, there's a few. I've heard of Jade, but yeah, a large amount of those people have moved over to the other one, but then who knows how long the other one will last, and it's only got a team of 3, which is absolutely insanely ridiculously small, yet they're still pushing out updates here and there, which is nice. But yeah, Rootland getting mentioned a lot. Oh, was this the day they announced it, or just 2 people chatted a long time that day? My friend requests are still, like, they were 1,001 as of the other day. I want to add a whole heap more people, but I sort of have to add them quickly, because it lets you, if you see, you can send it out unlimited until you, as soon as you hit 1,000, then you're done. Yeah, that's such a... Yeah, for real, same with this guy. Because, I mean, I feel like there'd be a whole heap of us. That, well, by now, mate, I'd be like, how much would I be? Like, $1,000 on Rush Wars, $1,000 on Clash Mini, plus, although that one's still currently going in that, plus, like, I don't know, I was like 500 on Everdale and that. That'd be like $2.5 grand for every new Supercell game, which would just, like, you just, like, not max, but, like, basically get past all the early stuff in every new game. But they don't allow that, which is a real pain. I put the Rush Wars stuff on. Oh, and the Heyday Pop, which sadly I forgot to claim. I wasn't even there for the ending of Heyday Pop. I mean, at that point I've been banned off YouTube, and because it was in February 2021, so I wasn't really streaming that much, or really I wasn't uploading because my YouTube account was banned. But yeah, these are the final people on this one here, because there's this one, and then there's the other one as well. But yeah, that takes us back to the 5th, and then eventually, I hope when you see that, it doesn't then just skip summer. It's hard to tell sometimes. Yeah, I don't think it's skipping any. 3rd or 4th. Oh, so this must have been the day that, yeah, they announced it. that it was dying. So yeah, so we got and yeah, and then Simon, yeah, I recognize him. Yeah, I like, mate, I'm like so. I feel like I could be doing way more on this guy. Yeah, I could be doing. It'll probably. Yeah, I mean it's crazy because yeah, it's just crazy that it's finally dying after all this. But yeah, I know so many of the people in this community, like so many, and just in Supercell communities in general, and that. I mean, I have played a lot of their games over the time, but I could have been way more involved. Like, I don't spend that long on the Discords and that kind of stuff, but obviously enough that like many of the names are real familiar. I mean, some of you guys like Greet come by the streams, which is real nice. And yeah, so I do know some people from the stream, some people from the Discord servers and that, and yeah. I don't know, I feel like a few more people to know me than would know the average person because I do content on some of these games, so then they watch the content and that, but yeah. There we go, now we're on to the third. Because people were still hoping up until it died, like they're waiting for an update and then it finally died. So yeah, I'm not gonna go into the sadness of it dying. I mean, it is sad and, you know, I'll talk about it, but yeah, I'm mainly just sort of focusing on documenting sort of some of the main people in it and the people talking at the end of it, stuff like that. But it was such a great game. It was like 2 of my favorite weeks ever. Like, I'd say both in Supercell history and that, and even just in my life, like that was insanely awesome. Like not necessarily. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was the best week of my life, but it was an incredibly awesome time. Those first 2 weeks that I streamed it was just so cool, so exciting, so competitive. So it's so sad that this one's gone now, because yeah, well, as it's about to go, so then we will have lost Everdale, we will have lost Clash Quest, we will have lost Heyday Pop, we will have lost Rush Wars, Spooky Pop, and yeah, and so now it was, yeah, not much chat in between those days, and quite possibly gonna lose Clash Mini. I don't know, that one's, yeah, I still think it's more likely than not gonna die, but it still has a decent chance, because it is still doing well, so we'll see about that one. But if it does, that's literally half a decade of all the Supercell games Supercell's ever released all been killed, which is insane. Whoa, wow, this, yeah, it just shows how little there was, that we can just scroll through so many like this. Your 17th, wow. We'll go through the first. Whoa, we're just zooming through at this point. We're just zooming through. I don't know if it would get more or less. Yeah, man, we're just absolutely zooming through. So this was like literally the entire last, like, anyone that talked in the entirety of September or October. Which, yeah, I mean, if you haven't said a single message, although and I will go through my server, although my server is, well, not my, well, the server I set up is very inactive. August. Yeah, all these people, so hopeful in that. I try to add active people on Discord or people that know my channel and that, but yeah, I've got 1,000 friends, which is a shame. Well, I mean, it's cool, but then it's annoying that there's a limit of 1,000 friends, so then I can't add more people, because I definitely would. I mean, I have hundreds of pending friend requests, which I can't accept. Well, no, actually you can accept, but then I could never send out a friend request ever again, basically, unless I lost 300 friends, which I doubt that's going to happen, so, yeah. It's such a shame it's gone, the game. It's about to go. Yeah, I've barely played it, and I played like a week after they announced it, and then I basically just stopped as soon as I knew that I could get to level 13, which I've achieved. But yeah, it's a sad day for such a wonderful game that it was just so much fun, and we had just such a community of people here that played it and that, but that said, it was hard to find people to join your clan and that. But you know, near the start, was it Taz or Trimax? It was Taz. It was just, and Trimax actually. And who's the other one I was thinking of? Oh, there's a Tire Car. I don't think Tire Car was, but yeah, those, you know, Taz and that Few Good Farmers and Miko and Baiko and Trimax one. It was incredible. Yeah, we'll end up going all the way back to August. So if anyone said anything in literally the last 3 months, then they will be featured here. Yeah, there you go, and that's all the way back to July. Okay, so let's come back to, and then the other server is, which one is it? Here. So this here under here, Hall of Fame and everything. The general is the main thing, but there hasn't really been much. Yeah, it's the sad, distorted one. Yes, Clash Mini. Knock, knock. Opened up the front door. September. Oh, there were some graphs. Ah, that's funny. That's sad. Oh, the ones that then you could, yeah. That was a cool thing. Whoa, that's all the... Whoa. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Checkmate. What is this? What are those? Yeah, wonderful game. Wonderful game. So that's quite sad. Quite sad, actually. Actually, I'll leave a message in there just saying that I'm streaming. I'll do at here, which I very rarely do, but I don't think people mind. Oh, anyone there? Reload. Yeah, then it's like, nope, can't play anymore. Nah, there we go. At here. Currently live streaming. 204. Final Everdale stream. Oh, here you have to mention no. Well, 1,000 plus. No, I won't do that. I just do currently. Okay. I guess we can get the village back in action for a little while. Oh, that's just refreshed. 9 minutes. Oh, we're not going to be able to use them up, because, yeah, yeah. It was crazy. It's just crazy how just knowing that it's going to die just, like, dropped people's usage of it like a rock. Like, that's crazy. I can't... Oh, because I need gems. Library. Huh, well, we got 13,000 of them, wow. And we got to level 7. These are their skill levels. Yeah, just load one of them up with all of the potions. Oh yeah, well, you got well over, so you have to use up 4 before you can collect them. Well, let's see if any of them can get some training. Might not have enough coins. Nope. Nope. Yeah, we can do that guy. Okay, I think we'll do that guy. Nope. And... Nope. Okay, just a simple... Boom, you're on it. Havana? Seaweed. Okay. Yep, whoa, he's fresh. Fresh off the chopping block. Chop, 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 chop. Okay, oh, we need these plankies. Okay, there we go, do that. Let's get this stuff. Boom. Oh, you're 13 minutes. How's the food looking? Oh, that's gonna start dropping. It's kind of okay, though. Boom. Yeah, there we go. That will keep things going. Awesome. We got the village back in action. Red berry cake. On all these events. Except. Oh, and there's no limit. Because, oops. There we go. Event started. But as in if we go over here. Oh, look at them all. And we had them. Look at them all. Except. There's no limit, so it doesn't really matter. I just never pressed accept on, like, these things. Oh my goodness, look at that. The dye thing. Did they ever sort out the dye in terms of... We need goods, not gems. Oh, what? Is that a... You can't gem that. That's odd. I don't know why they do that. Maybe to, like, appease non-gemmers? I'm not sure. Who else have we got? This guy? That's crazy. All these events. Oh my goodness. Whoa, look at that. Look at all that. Oh, you only need 3. I'm like, I might be able to complete this. Oh, maybe not that much, but yeah. We never did this. Never even started unfinished. I wanted to be the first clan way back in the day to get the except that thing. Look at them all these just unfinished ones that have never. That's surely. Oh, how long was that for? I didn't see. Who else is there? Done you. Oh, now they all have those number things there. This guy. That's crazy. Oh, and so it's that for all of them. So what do these things even unlock? 29 minutes. Gather as much. To then unlock new... I'm not sure. Then all our claim rewards, all our chests. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. That's crazy. We could claim the mega one, but then we lose our rep. Should we go through? That's the reward relatively is just so like 200 coins. Seriously, that's funny. Big one. Oh yeah, there's some big Thana. And all the deco. It's just sort of sad, just the game that, like, you know, eventually I would have maxed out and I would have probably claimed these. Well, not necessarily actually, but yeah. You know, use the gems and stuff, but instead it's sort of like, yeah. What? I don't even want to go through a collector limb. That's crazy. Event token, we'll grab that after all this time. Doesn't really. That's just, it's just, yeah. Huh. Sort of sad. So. Gully Dawn. Yeah, there we go, we're live and Clash with Style. The man himself. Man himself. Ticket Realm is live. Yeah, this guy, Clash with Style, he's a good lad. Looks like Avatar or something. Nah, I was like, oh, I'm kind of interested. Okay, just like a quick look. Oh, this is so interesting. Okay, let's go back to, yes, Clash Style, Everdale. That's mad that I still have more subscribers. That's like insane. That's just crazy. And there's this guy doing the last gameplay. Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. Sad. Oh, he was only level 7. They didn't even release like a farewell? Like, that's just crazy. How many views? Only 5 million. That's really not much. It's really not much. Sounds like a lot, but it's really not. Thought I'd hear them talking. I can hear rain. New iPad's weird. That was about the time they released Valleys and Villages. They released it a bit earlier than that, I think. Yeah. Sad. View count. Partners in Pie. Maybe that's a play on Partners in Crime. Oh, Rush Wars. Yeah, I still wondered when they released that preview feature if you could then see when it was. Yeah, when they. Like what part of the video would be. Well, at least we are featuring. Just haven't got anyone in the stream, but that's okay. Oh, we got 3 likes though. When you look at that. Feel free to say hello. So hello from the other side. Oh. Oh, all these event things. Man. Well, that goes 86 days back. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what happened to them. What? What would happen if you did that? The other one probably be dismantled, I'm not sure. Maybe they forget to disable the game. Hey, there we go, Rush Wars. It's a throwback. Yeah. And great, welcome. I think this hurts more than Heyday Pop. Probably because of the Valley members on it. That is sad, yeah. I mean, same with this Valley. Like, probably I'll never see. Same with Rush Wars. Like, yeah, I don't think I really saw any of them again, unless they're like ones that still actively were. Yeah, well, I mean Ricky joined, but yeah, most of them that were there for Rush Wars and nothing else, I've never heard or seen them again, and likewise they haven't heard or seen me again, and then it's sort of sad, yeah. You know, almost a year. That's crazy. That's not long. Yeah, that's like very close to when they released it. Yeah, that is sad. Yeah. Well, thank you for being part of the stream, great. And also, it's nice to have you in the Valley of the other game, Rootland. It feels offensive to even mention or even show footage. Like, I was thinking, I might just do a little bit of Rootland, and I probably will. But it sort of seems sad. It's like, oh, this is like this wonderful game, and sort of Rootland is sort of the new one, but yeah, I do like Rootland, but where's it gonna last? Like, I mean, and since if it's not Supercell, then and I'm inclined to think it's not Supercell, then I mean, sure, it won't get deleted, but if it's sort of like that's all there is to it, like, doesn't seem like it's going to be a substantial game for years to come, like, sort of, people get to sort of decently high in the game really fast, and then it's like, okay, now what? Sort of just, like, you just collect stuff, you can't really interact with clan members or anything, so, yeah. It was such a wonderful game. Oh, wow, so this one was established in March, which wasn't actually that long ago. It was because originally I was in Eroda right from the start, but then eventually I just ended up creating a new one. But yeah, shout out to Sworin and all the members of that other one. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, really. That Heyday Pop after all this time. Yeah, it's been a nice ride, nice journey, but yeah, it's sort of, I don't know if I don't know what I mean by that. Yeah, because it's been sort of rough that there hasn't been like updates and stuff. I'll just watch the first bit of Ricky's one because I didn't watch it last time. I watched part of it, but just see what he says right at the start. First 5 minutes, or they've changed all out circle now and stuff.
Red Knight, and welcome back to my channel for an Everdale announcement video. Now, like many of you out there, I've been fortunate enough to play the game of Everdale, and I must admit, I really, really enjoyed it. It's the kind of game that I can play, and I don't need to rush anything. I can take my time, I can interact very nicely with my team, and things can be done at a slow, sedate pace, which for me within the gaming world is actually something I like. I don't like being pushed too fast. Now,
he's such a good lad. I do like Ricky in that. I really do. I do like Ricky. I like Clash with Style.
sometimes that is a good thing, sometimes that a bad thing. Now, as a content creator, gamer, tester for Supercell, I know that sometimes games don't always survive, and that's the case of Everdale. So as you probably guessed from my thumbnail and from the tone of my voice and what I'm saying, Everdale is going to be closing.
Couldn't tell from the tone of his voice. Yeah, it's crazy. Like if they do get released, then you like as a Supercell game. Yeah, if you get released under Supercell, then you're sweet. You get years of updates in that. Although it is questionable with Boom Beach, especially possibly Heyday. How much it's one thing to like not kill it and still give it some updates, but I feel like the amount of attention Boom Beach has got and Heyday actually has sort of dropped since 2014, 2015.
Didn't get to go to global, which does happen. So many of you were not able to play the game, which is a shame. You were able to enjoy a lot of videos that myself and others posted when we could, and you probably enjoyed the content, and you were wishing, I wish I could play the game. But I'm afraid, unfortunately, due to decisions that Supercell makes within their company and within the teams, it's not to be. So the game will be closing. Now, there will be an announcement coming out on Supercell's pages for Everdale, so you should see something, in fact today and Monday time, around noon finish time. Something will be posted about the actual closing down of the game, and people will respond to that as usual. Now, if you're like me and you've made in-game purchases using real money, okay, don't worry too much about that. You will be able to get that money back, and you will be able to transfer it over to one of the other Supercell
I moved
games.
mine to Heyday.
So you don't actually lose out from spending.
It's stressful because it's like, I had to log in, I had to update. I still had it on my iPad Air 2, which is, yeah, I still had it. So because I tried downloading it on my phone, but didn't have the option. I had like a brand new account or like this other one in the cloud that I hadn't played in over 2,000 days. That's crazy. That must be like 2016 or something. But then I saw, oh, it's still on my iPad Air 2. So I updated it and it worked. It was like, sweet. I deleted Brawl Stars in order to make room for the update on my iPad Air 2. But yeah, it updated, so that's good. And then I was able to quickly see my player ID and then transfer them over. Hopefully they transferred. It had like little chickens come up on the thing, and the Heyday Pass is new because I haven't played it in 2 years. So, and I didn't play it, I just checked that thing.
Won't get to play this game anymore because I must admit I really have enjoyed this one. It's been a lot of fun. Now, before I say goodbye, I'm going to walk you around my valley and around my village and show you my team's villages as well, as a goodbye memory for me and for them and for you as well. So it says, is anyone there? No,
and that came up right on my screen at the same time, basically.
The last part, so there we go. Goodbye to the little bird dog and welcome back to my actual valley. Now you can see within
we were very close.
Little names down there that relate to the players. We've got Grass.
I had 450 for that.
Jessica.
200 for that. 200 for that. 360 for that. He just had slightly more brick storage than I did.
Here we got PD.
Oh, and a slightly bigger treasury. Oh, and a slightly bigger food thing. But pretty close.
Each of those has put a lot of time and energy and effort into.
So yeah, that will do. But yeah, that was wonderful, Ricky. Who I recommend you. Yeah, if you enjoy Everdale, well, it's gone now, isn't it? But yeah, he would be the guy to watch, as well as Clash with Style. This guy, one day ago. This is it's just frustrating. I'm not gonna go through that whole roller coaster of a ride that I did last time. That was over a year ago. Oh my goodness. May, that's mad.
This printer?
That's crazy long ago. This was yeah. And that was still, even then, it was still out like months and months before that.
At Neuromal, we understand that
Oh,
strong
stop with the ads. The amount of painkillers they had in the supermarket. I was just at a supermarket the other day, and there's just so many painkillers in that. It's like, oh my goodness. Like, yeah, it's just crazy how many painkillers there are. Like, yeah, it's crazy. I'm not a fan of taking painkillers. Yeah, in some cases you need them, but I try to avoid it. So I only have like maybe one Panadol every like 3 or 4 months. Sounds like a routine thing, isn't it? If I'm like feeling real sick or real bad headache or something. So it's real rare. Some people have like 4 a day or something, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, that's not gonna be good for them. And then it will like desensitive, yeah, like make it.
Go to the App Store and
Ossium.
so it was a very nice
Oh,
time. Now it was an hour.
There is hope. $17. Oh, I changed it to the code. That's funny. That was the old one. Wow, and it looks pretty similar. Like they look the same, fields look the same, slightly different red color, but largely, as you can see, it largely the same. And that was literally like over a year ago, like a year and a half ago. Year to a year and a half ago, and it's like barely changed in looks or in any way really. Clash Clans. It's me. Yeah. So, yeah. Sad to see all that go. Boom. Yeah. He's in the chat! He's in the chat! I mean, Jingly isn't that in my description? Yeah. Oh. Here we go. Do, do, do. I'm also live streaming it in the Everdale server. The other one doesn't have a voice chat, but this one does. Hey, Tom Chin! Yo, welcome, man, welcome. Thank you for being part of the clan, man. Part of the Valley. It's been nice having you. It's been nice having you. There we go, and you're online in Everdale. There we go. Yeah. What country are you from? And when did you first start playing the game? And this game took so long to even like to get like, you know, just 8 to 9 or 9 to 10. It like took so long. It's hard to move up in this game, but I mean, it's 16's max, so I'm on 13, which was decently close. And it used to be 15. It used to be 15, didn't it? And they upped it. So yeah, up until then, I would have been just two levels off, which still would have been months of playing. But yeah. Well, thank you for coming by, Tomchin. Germany. Yeah, there we go. Do you know Trimax? Trimax. Surely. Since day one, but I did long pause. Right, okay. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I did as well. Yeah, I played since day one, but then yeah, I had a big pause as well. I feel like lots of people have done that. Oh, my hands are sore, my feet are sore, my back's a little bit sore because I played a game called Gaga Dodgeball on Sunday, which was really fun. It was really fun. But yeah, Trimax, there we go. Is there any German Everdale player that doesn't know Trimax? Yeah. So yeah, I was playing Gaga Dodgeball, which was good, but I'm really achy. And have four blisters on, like one on each heel, one on each big toe, one of them's blood blister. Yeah, Trimax. Well, thank you for being part of the stream, Tom Chen, and thank you to Timmy Chen, and thank you for being part of the game as well. It's been fun. It's been fun. Okay, I'm just gonna move some tabs around, and then mainly the Reddit ones, and so then I can read what I was going to read a long time ago. I should have done this a long time ago. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Well, they've all sort of defaulted to ending development versus like, so we had all those update things we are going to read through. Boom. Okay, so here we go. It was very good. Thank you for coming by and for being part of it as well, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so they've all defaulted to this. So we had all those update things there from ages ago. Jack Dorsey. Okay, okay. Yeah, well, that was on the 3rd. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't cover it till later. Yeah, like, they posted like that right before it. Yeah. Kelly Dawn. So even Galadon had... Yeah, he had played it. He had played it. Oh, the Apple guy. Yeah. That's sad. No, not that meme. Boom. Okay, so this is the ending development. Which... So they're just the exact same. We used to have... It sort of doesn't even matter going through, what was it called? Oh, there we go. That's a good... Whoa. Oh, no, they're more replies, right? Not replies to the replies. I had a vegan meal for dinner, which tasted alright. Oh, it looked a little bit like Crown Day. Not Ariana, the other guy who PewDiePie uses for memes. There you go. Boom. Oh, so it's like just the top memes, which won't have changed much from the last time. Oh, that looks cool. At what point is it fan art versus copyright? Like, that looks so similar. I just, like, assume that is, like, that is the same thing. Huh. That looks cool. That looks right. It's sort of like that grass thing in Clash of Clans where you could, like, make a name in that. Huh. Yeah, and that was before it got... I don't know if I'll even be able to find those update things that they posted. Unless we're ending that. Ha ha ha! That's awesome. Making me sad again seeing the game. And all these people that appreciate it in different ways, which I didn't. Whoa, these look really well cool. Like, they're really well... Like, I like the look of those designs. They look cool. Like, that looks sick. I'm not gonna go through and, like, understand it all, but, yeah. They're so sad. Oh my goodness. Huh. Yeah, so there's a... Yeah, because on the Discord it's pretty empty, but yeah. That's literally what they already did. Like, that's literally what they did with Everdale. Like, they had Valleys and Villages. They... Oh, there we go.
Right here in Helsinki. The game focuses on cooperative world building and is set in an all-fantasy universe that is peaceful, relaxing, and filled with enchantment. Hello, and welcome to the Everdale demo.
That's crazy. It's just like, it's, I don't know, it's quite good. Still logged in? Yeah. This is like all the... I mean, it definitely does have potential. Makes Everdale a rare case in games that were killed. That was just $100 per month. Can you search for them or? Oh, Valley recruitment, no. Discord, Twitter. There's a few people on. What about update? Well, this one might have it. Maintenance. So that was that them there? I think it was that them that there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's check back here. Oh, what? No! Ah, that's annoying. Nope. I can't remember where we got to. Oh, so yeah, that was that thing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, where it's Q&A. Oh, the original one was that one. And then they had like the update status or whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. I would, yeah, because it was like a little thing that I didn't end up reading or whatnot, and these are just all stuff like that. Q&A too. Oh, the question thread, right. I don't know, I sort of feel like I should, because I was going to, but it's like, I don't really just want to read through all this masses of stuff for the, like, who cares what I think, really. Like, yeah, the game's going, so. Oh, there we go, New Zealand Daylight Time. I wish YouTube had that. Instantly end upgrade with researching without scrolls. No, I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. I'm not. Yeah. I wish I'd gone through it at the time, but I got real tired in that stream and I haven't got back to. I can't remember, like, there was a couple of little things where they said, oh, here's the update or something, that then I didn't end up, like, looking at anyway. I was going to, it was like, there's like a few tabs and all these other ones were refreshed to the wrong things anyway. I'm not going through that whole thing just to, yeah, oops. Yeah, yeah, now I'm like just almost wishing that I just did that. Just did the one stream, like that last one, because now I'm just sort of like, I already just, like, I'm just sort of done with the stream already, and, And yeah, I don't know, I'm just tired. I don't know what else there is to say. I was gonna go through all that stuff, but now I'm like, nah, I just don't want to. Yeah. I could go through this other thing though, deconstruction of fun, see what. Decades long. Okay, this week, Supercell soft launched a new crafting tycoon game called Everdale. The game can be described as Supercell's take on Settlers for mobile. Haven't heard of that one. Heyday. Intellectual property. The game into, yep. Supercell. Oh, wow. Whoa, that's crazy. That's real interesting. Wow, that's Sensei. So this obviously has access to. I would, because you have to pay for that. Because I know about Sensei Hub, but I didn't want to pay however much you have to pay for it. Heyday's so high, and this is after like snapshot of month 10. Oh, month 10 after launch. Okay, so it's not like in the present, which then for Heyday was like in 2013, a very long time ago. But yeah, Valleys and Villages. Oh, and then iOS. Interesting, there's a discrepancy. Yeah, like Heyday's the opposite for Google Play versus Condor. I know Condorlight. That's real high for Condorlight. That's crazy. But that I don't like Condorlight does all those ads, and I don't like how it's just sort of. I don't like how Condorlight works really. Like, yeah, I don't know. Well, from the ads, it's just it puts me off it. Valleys and Villages really low, really low. So speaks about publishing capacities. Canada. Yeah, that's what they used to do. Pressure off the team as they could test with real audiences before critics. Like, yeah. Raises eyebrows. Oh, that website. Oh, yeah, I'll read that. The game speaks volumes, speaks a lot of confidence in. As in, then it's like not much confidence. Hey, so they're saying it's similar to Heyday. Oh no, I haven't played Township. Crafting. Yes. Interesting, because yeah, I sort of just see, like, is the gameplay like this? Well, yeah, because they didn't have a market. Like, Heyday's the market, which was honestly one of my favorite things about Heyday. I got so frustrated that, yeah, it would be so actually interesting to have like a bot API that didn't didn't buy and sell stuff in that, because I think that's against TOS, but just like monitored the market. That'd be so fascinating, and then you could just see like the percentage of things sold in the market just constantly. So you can see like this percentage is strawberries, this percentage is wheat, this percentage is corn, and you just see it over days and weeks, well, hours during certain hours, but especially over days, weeks, and months, and that which things came in and out depending on updates or events in Heyday, and that would be so fascinating to see that data in that, because I loved buying and selling stuff in that, but then like they never made it. They always had that limit, which meant certain things just repeatedly came up, and then there's the fact that the barn, I couldn't keep doing that because my barn would keep filling up, which was a real pain, and because I wanted to store stuff, and yeah, so then I don't know, but it was and is a great game, Heyday, and I've moved my gems to Heyday and that, and I'm not ruling out that I would never go back to taking off my watch. I'm not ruling out that I would never go back to Heyday, but it is unlikely. It is unlikely in that. But I mean, I could do it. I I did enjoy the game. It was a great game, and you know, they like to Ricky cover it, and he's a nice guy. Yeah, but I don't know. It's sort of like, because then it's also tied in with the fact that like my YouTube channel is like absolutely stuffed because of the fact it was banned, and thus like even if I did release videos, they probably get very little traction just because they're so deranked now. Whereas prior to the ban, I was like ranking real high for my Heyday videos, whereas nowadays I get like hardly any views, like probably even less than pre-ban, and so it's like, do I really? And yeah, I mean, Heyday interest hasn't increased since I started in 2017. If anything, it's decreased. So it's like, do I really want to be covering doing all these videos on this game that I'm just gonna get hardly any interest in. I don't know. I'm so torn because it was a great game. It is a great game. I loved playing it. Even when I just opened it for like a little bit today for the first time in 2 years, I'm like, oh, that was the game I loved. You know, and going to Finland and that, yeah, that trip. I was looking back on it the other day, the plane trips, and it was like crazy. Like I absolutely loved it, and that it was just amazing going over like on those planes. It was there. It was just like such a journey just going there. Just the plane trip alone was insanely awesome. Insanely awesome in that. Yeah. That's crazy. That was so cool that I got to go in like business class. It was awesome. So that was such an experience, and that such an experience. And I'm glad business class exists. So if people really want it and can afford to pay for it, then they can go for it. Yeah. So, yeah. Where was I? Yeah, talking about Heyday. Yeah, I don't really look at I just look at sort of like a thing where they look at the macro and that as to the games. But yeah, in terms of like, there's all these other factors as to why I wouldn't do Heyday, because like, well, would I do videos? And if I do videos, where do I release them? Do I start up on YouTube again, even though then it's like, it's so, I could just get banned again on YouTube, and that's still the same owners as back then, and YouTube, if anything's, got worse since then. So yeah, and then it's like, well, I could do it on Rumble, but then the Rumble ones, there's just like hardly any gaming audience, especially for mobile games, on Rumble. So it's like, well, can't really, I could put it there, but I'm not going to get any views there either. So it's like, well, then what I mean, streaming, I can do streaming's, I'm sort of a bit, and that's sort of what I just defaulted to in that. But videos, I mean, I could do videos, it's just, yeah, I just don't think I'd get hardly any views on it. And then it's like, well, I can do it, but it's not at all profitable. So then I'd only want to be doing it if I was actually enjoying doing it and that. Yeah, but then it's like, then there's everything else in life I could be doing as well. And if it's sort of like, if I'm not really if it's not really like a hobby, and I'm not getting paid for it, and it's like, then, and it takes a lot of time to, well, it wouldn't take too much. Well, if I make them well, I don't know. If I'm playing Heyday a lot, which then gives me good ideas to make, then I don't know. It's just sort of like I don't know. If it was profitable, then it's like, yo, I'll go for that. I loved that game, and I'm happy to start covering it again. But it's just not profitable. It's just not, for like, even of all the other ones that were covering it, it just wasn't profitable. Yeah, so it's a bit of a shame in that. But yeah, I can't actually see who's here and who's not, because I haven't got the thing in that. But yeah, so the Heyday. Such a good game. Yeah, say it 10,000 times in that. Yes, good old Heyday. And also, regarding I mentioned ages about, well, like a few months back, about the Tribe Gaming and the Galadon. Remarked about the Tesla and that, and the fact that Ford sponsored Tribe Gaming and that, which, and then anyway, so I shouldn't have said those remarks. I'm sorry for making those remarks about that. It was, yeah, I shouldn't have said those things. Okay, so yeah, this is the game, and this is their analysis on it. So they're saying it's quite similar, which is true. Buy free-to-play market, plant crops, sow complete orders. Yep. And this here is gather resources, manufacture them, complete them, Valley. Yeah, so yeah, it is similar in that. And then in the mid-game, more order boats. The villages are not specific integral part of the settlers. Villages are a pacing mechanism, because they can only do one thing at once, I guess. Smart tasks. Everdale is not a placement. SimCity, much more. Not an idle game either, which I'm glad. It's not possible to automate the production. So saying, yeah, I'm not a fan of those games. Engagement demand is somewhat an anomaly. It demands players to log in countless times a day for short micromanagement. Yeah, which is sort of weird, but it kind of worked. Like, you do it like before you got to bed, when you got up, and a few times during the day. Oh, Finland, the cake bake-off, that was, yeah. First days of the game are filled with short timers that last anywhere from 5, yeah. short sessions are not rewarding. Eventually you build up to having those 8-hour things, which is much better. Well, you have to do the 2 hours with the wool. I never got to getting that task, the pet tasks. Ant farm. An emotional attachment with them. Is that why they do it? I never thought of that. Never thought of that. Like, making it, like, all personalizable, and you're like, oh, this is my little village, this is my little this person, and this is his story, and that. Which, I mean, and sure, yeah, but if you enjoy that story, go for it. But as in, it's like, if SuperCell's just doing that to get you emotionally hooked, so then you, like, find it harder to stop playing the game. It's like, ooh. I don't know, I mean, yeah, in one sense you could say, oh, it's a smart marketing tactic, but then on another sense it's like, yeah, and then it just I don't know, then it makes people way more sad when the game dies. I don't know, I'm a little bit sus of using those types of tactics. Well, I'm very sus. I'm very sus in that. About, like, emotionally manipulating people, or emotional, I mean, they could say, well, no, we didn't emotionally manipulate anyone, but if you create a system in which people will then form an emotional attachment to, that when it's convenient for you, you can just sort of just, well, you know, just, oh, actually, we're killing the game, so that's gone. It's like, you've just, like, you've brought out people's emotions and that to, like, attach them to try and make it more profitable, make them stick with the game, and then you're like, eh. It's like, Yeah, man, yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, I don't know about being a streamer. Like, as it just, cause like, well, just like all the things you could say. Like, I could be very, very moderated and like never criticize anything, and then you can't really go wrong. Well, even then, you can still go wrong. But you know, I don't know. It's sort of tricky because you want to be able to and free to say stuff and that, and you know, if you don't say anything, then like people can't learn from that. But then if you say stuff and you just every time you speak, you're risking yourself in that, and say stuff that you later think, ah, I wish I hadn't said that. It's annoying. Cooperatively. It's cool how this person knows all these games, so can just like list them. Yeah, that was a cool feature of it. Offset the kicking out of a valley. Yeah, I mean, then there's the whole thing. I wonder if they'll write all about like the killing of clans and all that. That was mad. Incentive might not be big enough compared to the significant risk of diverting a big amount of resources to developing the valley and then getting expelled, losing it all. Not just fear of getting kicked. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I mean, I haven't thought much about how you solve this problem. I mean, I don't think you can perfectly solve it, because there is legitimate reasons to kick people in that. And then you have to give people the right to kick other people. I mean, you can not do that, but then that will break it. So there has to be the right, like, AFK, like if they don't play for like a week or a month, it's like, well, they're just clogging up our clan, especially when it is numbers dependent to complete tasks. So you don't want, you know, oh no, but then if it was that few, then you wouldn't have that problem anyway, because, well, I mean, if there's that few, then they wouldn't be clogging it up. But yeah, it's very hard to like balance these incentives and that to like, and then there's like root land and that, and then it's like you the incentive is to do all the tasks yourself and that, and it's like annoying if your teammates complete it, because then you get less rewards. Players can't trade with each other. Because, yeah, with Heyday, you could... Heyday was just great. The market feature was so good. The free transfer of resources, that was awesome. Although they ended up putting a cap on, like, certain items and that, which I don't think was a good idea. I feel like there's so many other things that they... Well, different other things they should have tried before they just did that. But, yeah. Heyday is such a good game. Yeah, I miss Heyday. And we're soon I'm gonna miss Everdale. It's just annoying. Like, this is just like the cycle of Supercell games. Like, you know, Rush Wars, we get it. Oh, that's awesome. It's cool, and oh, it's gonna die. You know, Hate oh, this is awesome. It's cool, and then that dies. And you Clash Quest, and oh, this is in dead. And Everdale, oh, I'm dead. And then it's like Clash Mini. I don't know. It's just like just goes on and on and on and on and on. It's like, oh my goodness, we just can't find anything that lasts. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's true. Which I don't know, like, because you could have specialization, but in those games, then you risk, well, like, some people can just have, like, way better specialization. Like, they just picked the right one, and then they're valid, like, they'd do so much better in a game than people that just took, like, a bad path. But then, I don't know, like, then you can't have it, I don't know, you can't have it resettable, because otherwise, you know, if you can go down this line, this line, this line, otherwise we'll just reset every time everyone agrees on what's best, but then at the same time, I'm extremely hesitant to ever research anything if it's like, you have to put this and then commit to it, and you can never take it away. It's like, oh, well, I don't really know which one's best. Design a friendly game economy. Yeah. Yeah, everyone sort of, and if people don't, then it breaks it, because one person's got this resource and no one else can get it. So it's like, can everyone else get it? Because otherwise I can't complete these orders in time. It was very broken, even though they were trying so hard to make it balanced. It still wasn't balanced. Man, we had such a fun time with this game. It's just, I don't know, just like hard in life, just so many things you can always do, and like, if to play games, which games to play, all this kind of stuff. Yeah. It's not a similar feature like other free to choose. Because it's like, you can't do this till you've done that, so like everyone, if they have that, they have to have got everything else, which is sort of similar to the other point. Yeah. I mean, but that's sort of like Clash of Clans and Heyday, like, you ultimately end up with all the same stuff by the end of it. It's crazy. It's sort of sad and crazy when ultimately, like, games, it's like, I don't know. It's like ultimately it's just about monetizing people, just trying to get as much money as you can out of people. Really, I mean, you can then just say that as, no, our main priority is making it fun for players, which is what Supercell says. But that's just like, yeah, okay, which is because that's what because then you get monetization, or without that, then you won't get monetization. It's sort of like, ultimately it's just, whereas like with a board game, you just don't run into like the devs like just constantly trying to, like, okay, we're going to put ads every few minutes or something. You know, you buy a copy of Risk the board game, and you got a copy of Risk for the rest of your life as long as you take care of it. You know, I played a game of Risk on Sunday, and it was very fun. And yeah, and so you just got it. With games, it's just this constant, how can we make you pay, and thus you have to then create like this, you could go this track or this track, and it's just, I don't know, it's annoying. It's annoying. It's, yeah. It's like they have to make two tiers of players, like those that spend money and those that don't. So it's, yeah. It's, yeah. Billion. That's crazy. That's actual crazy. Merged Dragons. I think I played that one a very long time ago. In 2014 or something. This person has a real, like, they really know this stuff. Yeah, it seems very tight. Now they mention it. I mean, I sort of realized that, and the fact that like you had like it would just the balance was so easily broken if you sort of did like if you had the wrong amount of Valley members or all sorts, or you had like someone that was high and someone that was low in it, and yeah. That is a good line. That is a good line. That is a good line. Whoever designed the economy in Everdale is terrified of giving players freedom. That's a great line. Government control, dev controlled economy. Yes. Socialism. Well, they didn't have like in Heyday you have the semi-free market, as in it's price caps, which isn't properly free, but at least you can trade items. Although now there's another cap that you can't sell certain items like a certain amount per day. Or you can't buy a certain amount per day, which I don't like. I was always for like full freedom of the Heyday economy and that. But then also just due to the paper thing, then you'd only have to you could only advertise for a certain amount of time, so you couldn't otherwise just get full of all these people putting it for ridiculously high prices. But if you made it like a low, So other than that requirement, it was like people can freely sell this stuff for any price. We don't blame that. Would be equally terrified to balance a more player-friendly game. I don't know why they didn't say that. In terms of the economy guy, excessive, yeah, for sure. I mean, even just like even the clan thing, which people wouldn't even realize that they sort of have to have this many players. I mean, eventually they'd sort of subtly realize, but like everything you had to have balanced, otherwise it wouldn't work very well. If you had like only 1 or 2 people, then you'd fail the event. If you had 10 people, then there'd be gold shortages, and it was just like so. And that was after ages, like months of them trying to redesign to balance it, and they just couldn't fix it. You can't outsmart the game. You only grind more or pay to reduce the grind. You have to. The lack of specialization takes away the strong reason for players to interact with each other and the meaning. I wish that other stream that I just checked, because I wanted to check like those final tabs or what. This was like months ago for Everdale, just to see like what was the thing they were up to, because I looked at it a bit later. But yeah, that's a shame. Someone could like one day watch this back and then do this and then find that spot and then say, hey, look, this is what you would have seen at that point, and I'll be like, oh, that was what they just updated. It's so sad the game's died. The same generic. I mean, then if you think about like Rootland, it's like, yeah, that's basically the same as well. Like you just have a few tasks you can just complete, and you just keep getting more and more stuff. I don't know, but lots of people find the repetition more boring than I do. Like lots of people are like, oh, this is so repetitive. Whereas I don't really mind it much. It's like, yeah, it's repetitive and that, and they definitely need more content. But it doesn't really bother me as of yet. I mean, I've only been playing it 2 weeks and that. But yeah. It is very much. It's way worse than Everdale in terms of like repetitiveness. Like there's very little else you can do other than just keep getting the resources and sell them. I mean, that's literally it. That's all you do. You just collect resources and then just sell, and then just complete the task, sell them for money, and then eventually you buy the odd new thing. And other than that, that's all it is. Which is weird. It's like, whoa, that's so basic. Yet it's still kind of a fun game. But yeah. Halo, with the strong constraints on players' freedom, seem to be related to making the economy easy to balance by managing a small team. It does seem like inherently the game was broken in terms of the balance and that. It still had so much potential and still could have done it, but yeah. Now, opinion, the game feels extremely engaging in the short term. We would be surprised if it doesn't show strong short-term retention, although in our personal opinion, the constant demands for attention in the early game is excessive and may eventually burn out players. The key question here is not short-term retention, but the game. And the Rootland is like, I don't know. It's sort of, if I'd read this without knowing about Rootland, then I wouldn't be making the comparison. But Rootland, Hades great. Hades great in that you can like have strawberries, which are like 8 hours in that. Although then it was sort of dodgy how like you could pay diamonds to get more slots, which would mean that then when you're away, it would last for longer. That was sort of meant that pay people had like a bigger advantage. But yeah, like Rootland's like insanely it's just like everything refreshes within like 3 hours in that, and so it's like technically the best option is to like always be basically coming on like every 3 hours. Whereas in Everdale, you could easily get it to the point where you had like 8 hours of all the guys on for like 8 hours, or even at minimum, like it's 6 hours. Some of them would finish like 6 hours, but it was sort of like all of them would sort of go while you slept. Whereas in Rootland, it's sort of like you could just keep playing every few hours every day to actually be progressing as fast as possible. And thus, like, I'm like getting quite far ahead because I'm like actually playing. But I'm like, mate, I've already spent like 20 plus hours on this game in 2 weeks. Like, this is crazy amount of like it's like, yeah, it's a long time. Yeah, Rootland's a fun game, but I think that's gonna like not really last either if it's just sort of, unless they add a whole heap more stuff. They did announce that they're gonna be adding stuff next month, but the gameplay's so minimal. Like, you need way more stuff. And with a team of 3, it's like, oh my goodness. If they go at the same rate that Everdale got done with a team of 10, 3 times the size in 2 years, like, nothing's coming to this game. It's like, I actually was, you know, it's like a lot of us did keep playing, but yeah. Social pressure. Players are afraid to disengage. It will lead to, and also then the fact that you can just join a clan that's already maxed, and then you just don't even have to worry about doing all that pressure. So it's like, if you're like friends, if you're like personal friends with a top person in Everdale, like, it's not corruption for them to let you in, but it's like, wait, like, you basically just short pass straight to the top, and like, you don't have to like have all these huge problems of, oh, we need to quickly upgrade the building because all my villages are maxed and they have too much gold and I can't. So it's like, I had huge issues with that. But if you're just in one that's all maxed, then it's just sweet and that. I love, that's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. Like, they just put that right underneath. That, well, I remember, yeah, I was really ripping into them over that. The whole leader thing. I don't even know what they were trying to do there. It's not like they're sort of just like trying to promote, like, they're like, I'm just trying to think of an example. Like, it's not like, for example, it's like a government and they want to change something, but they know people like the current thing. So they're like, this new thing is, like, basically, like, the same thing, even though it's, like, horrifically different in that. But this was the opposite. And then they said, like, this is absolutely nothing like, well, this is not leader. No, we're absolutely doing away with leader. There's no such thing as being a leader. I didn't even know, like, what benefit. Like, they didn't have to secretly package that or anything. It just seemed like they were just, like, making it, like, yeah, just like, oh no, this is like completely distancing themselves from the old system, even though it was basically the same thing. I don't know why they even did that, but yeah. And so then I was like hearing them remark, watching that video, I was like, oh my goodness, as I watched it. And then it's so funny because this person's doing the same thing. It's like, players are afraid to disengage because it will lead them being expelled from their social community of random people they don't know that they have spent tens of hours investing in. And then it's just the quote by the lead game, Everdale is a relaxing and comfortable game with no fear of being attacked. It's like, yeah, right. Well, I mean, I never worried about that because I was leader. So, I mean, you could be ousted in that, but I wasn't really concerned about that. But it did happen. Like, I heard, like, a high-profile leader being sniped. I think it was, like, control, like, kick boot or something. Can't remember exactly, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, because relaxing. I don't know, the term relaxing. I feel like it's such a overused, possibly abused term. I don't know. People just use like relaxing all the time. That word, which I mean, there's obviously a meaning for that word, but yeah. While as a product, people we applaud Supercell for tapping on humans' need to be part of the group as players. As players, we feel like this tapping into people's weaknesses, and even more than its competitors, let's be honest, do the exact same. It's just that Supercell's always been perceived to be holding a moral high ground in the ruthless free-to-play business. At least you don't, like, buy, unless you can't, like, you have to pay to have a clan, or pay to expand it, like in a Good Game Empire. And yes, you don't get attacked in Everdale. You're at the risk of something worse, being expelled from a community. This looming threat hardly leads to a relaxing and comfortable experience. Oh, well, it's, yeah, and it's like in that other game. Yeah, I mean, even it was like when you're competing with your teammates to get boats because the coins were so in short supply. That wasn't. That was like stressful. Like I'd literally get up at 3 in the morning when the boat came in just to get it. That's how dire shortage it was, and then everyone else would be up at that time as well from their countries, and would all the boat would just come in and we'd like, and then like yeah, you get like a couple, and yeah, that was like so. But the problem is if you remove all that competition, which you can, then it's sort of like then you sort of remove the like sort of being part of a. I don't know. Well, you could change it in that to just only benefits or whatnot. But yeah, if there's no competition for like the benefits in that, then that would like get rid of that worry about stuff. But then it's just like any game that has a clan and that someone can be kicked, that's always going to be a thing. Although the difference is in this one you can actually have contribute a huge amount of resources in that. That said, you always get rewarded. Like you always get personal reputation points regardless. You always get coins regardless of the tasks you complete or those ingredients. That they used to have funny as things for those ingredients for those tasks things. So but then when you moved, they used to have it that you'd lose your rep points. So then that did lock you in. I'm not sure exactly when this was written. Looks like when you did lose it. Oh, at the end of 2020. Yeah, no, it looks like this was when you did lose it. So yeah, then it locked you in. But yeah, I feel like there's always you sort of have to have some level of competition, perhaps, unless there's some way. Probably there is a way, but then it's probably a way that SuperSight doesn't want to do because then it just gives out heaps of resources for just free, basically. Because I don't know, there's just always I don't know, like if you have leaderboards, there's competition. If you have got competition, people getting kicked. Like, it's sort of... And the incentive to kick people goes up radically. Unless, of course, you didn't have limits on... But it's Supercell that puts the limits on how many you can have in your clan. If there was no limit, then you probably just wouldn't kick anyone. Like, this website probably still exists called Kiva. That does Kiva loans. And you can just have unlimited... Well, it's not just like Kiva. But you just have unlimited amount of people join. So you'd have, like, 20,000 of that. Even though, like, huge amounts would then probably become inactive in that. Yeah, it was sort of like that. It's if you had that, then people wouldn't kick people because it'd be like, oh, we might as well have a big. Unless they wanted to keep it like, I don't know. If there was no limit, I wouldn't kick people. I'd just let it get. It would just be like a Discord server or whatnot. It was subscribers. Like I don't like cull off inactive subscribers. Well, if I did that, I'd only have about. If I'd have double digits or single digits. But yeah, but because Supercell puts a limit, then it's like, okay, well this is all we have to work with, and if we have people that either like just inactive, like have just stopped playing or only play a little bit in that, then they're going to get the kick because you're trying to increase the efficiency in that, which Supercell could remove by increasing so you can have 100 or 200, so that happens less, or by just having no limit, but I just don't see them doing that. Yeah, or then less incentive to do that, but then the only way to do that is to have like no real benefit. Like in the game Root Land, there's like it just doesn't even matter. I mean, you could just have a Valley of 1 and just complete those things. Like there's just zero. There's not even point having, but that's just stupid because then it's not even point having a clan. It's like there's nothing to it. But yeah, if you want to, yeah. So I don't know if you wanted to like reduce that competition. You can then have like Hayday has a thing where you can label it like competitive, so then you have people less likely to join that kind of valley in that. I don't know, but then it's sort of because I don't understand the mindset of sort of just like I play it to like relax or just sometimes just occasionally. It's like because then it's like okay, well then all the people that are like really competitive will band together, which is sort of like good because it's like well then they're not going to kick each other. Well, they probably still will a little bit, but because they're like competitive, so that's what they're all going to be on heaps. They're all going to play heaps and that, and then people that are just casual can just play casual. But then I feel like just casual valleys. If it was too casual, then it just wouldn't even be fun because most of them wouldn't even be on most of the time, and it'd be like, I don't understand that mindset of not trying to. Okay, let's actually try and really do this and that. Like, and I remember hearing a player from Hayday, and they were like, all my Valley members are, like, inactive at that, but I feel really bad to leave the Valley. And it's like, I feel so sorry for them. It's like, dude, your whole team is inactive? Like 29 out of 30 members, you're the only active one, and then here you are feeling guilty to leave it? It's like, I feel sorry for them. Like, it's like, leave it. None of them even play the game anymore. Like, but it's like, it's sort of nice that they had that, like, I care about it. It's like, dude, you gotta go, man. Like, that's just not cool if like everyone like none of the people in your valley still play and then you just like feel like you have to stay in this valley that like they weren't leader of it. I don't think they're just a member, and it's like I remember Hayday added that leader thing in which I felt like I don't think they would intentionally done it subtly, but it's just like after like a week or 2 weeks you just get demoted if you haven't been. It was like what. And then ever since, there was like occasionally I'd hear a case. It was like, oh, all of a sudden I just got removed as leader and that, and I'd only gone away for a holiday for a week or something, or yeah. Depth nor freedom. I agree. Everdale promises, yeah, they use the word freedom a lot in this. It promises fun co-op and relaxing where players can build their own little towns in the middle of things, but the fact that players are hit with heavy micromanagement, endless task complete, players can't even have control when they should come back to the game, and it all culminates in a strong peer pressure where players who are too slow to grind are either monetize or risk getting cast out from. It's too slow to grind. Players who are too slow in their grind are to either monetize. Wait, are to either. Oh, as in spend money, right. Either start paying or risk getting cast out. There we go. The revenue per is quite low compared to its close competitive similar style. Interesting how they look at the age at lifetime. I didn't think of that as a metric. Supports our harsh analysis, of course. The comparison may not be entirely fair since Everdale have shown as actual monetization fine. Well, it never did, and it never will. It just went nowhere. Like, it just literally didn't go anywhere. It was so sad. Like, they just did nothing with it. It's frustrating because it was such a great game. I mean, and I agree with the criticism as well, and I still think it was a good game that had a lot of potential. Far from a death sentence. Interesting, because then it's like, what? You just said like this, and then you're like this, but then this was right when it came out, and they would have thought, oh, Supercell's going to give it, months of stuff and that, but it didn't really. Further developments that never really came. Some of the control to players. It's the problem with, like, it sounds like, a dictator or a government, like, oh, yeah, okay, fine, we'll give you some rights back. But it's sort of like, it always is an incentive for Supercell to frame everything in favor of Supercell. And so they'd always be like, no, we care about players' freedom and we care about the players' enjoyment of the game. And so it's just like, not just Supercell, like just companies in general, they're always incentivized to make themselves look good and stuff. And like, even, I read something today and it was like political parties never want to, like, for advertising, they say, oh, the only reason we didn't do as well was because of misinformation or whatever and that. Because then it doesn't make them look bad, because it's like, well, we did, like, it was the other side that pushed disinformation, so therefore, keep or the sponsors or whatnot. Yeah, I think the sponsors and that, like, oh, and so keep spending monies on our campaign in the future. It was just because of the other side. That's why we didn't do it. Versus, hence then they have a lot of incentive to say that. And where there's incentive, stuff happens, and so like there's all these incentives at play that people don't realize and that, but it's hard to account for them and be aware of them all. That are always at play for different things. It's interesting they released it even with terrible metrics on the other one. I wish that, like, it was still buggy. Even till the end, it was still buggy. Like, I really wish that they'd fixed up so much and just done so much more work on it before. Like, under the valleys and villages and that. And then so many people wouldn't have ever played it and that. Pardon me, but then wouldn't have invested all this time or money into it just to have it killed. Specialization. This just sounds good. And this person, like, seems like they really know what they're talking about. Although people in general that, like, yeah, someone commented to me today, like, if people look confident in what they say, like, anyone will believe well, not anyone, but lots of people just believe what they say. They just have to look confident. And the reality is, like, most people don't know about most topics in that. Like, when you hear politicians talk in that, whether it's Trump, whether it's Sanders and that, like, the vast majority of stuff, like, they talk about, well, they talk about a lot of simple stuff, but, like, there's so much, like, economic policy and all this kind of stuff, foreign policy, and, like, I don't have any idea about a heap of that stuff. Most people don't have an idea about that, and then it's just like, you agree with them on some things or whatnot, and then it's like, okay, well, you trust me and agree with me on that thing, so then then trust me, and people do trust them to say what the case is on what's actually happening with the policing situation, what's actually happening with this war situation, what's actually, and so then you just assume by default that, well, I agree with them on that, so then they'll be right in that. And then basically it's just like both sides are just saying like, well, this is, this, and that, and it sort of sounds reasonable for people listening and that, and then, oh, the other side's just wrong. And it's sort of like, there's just like nothing sort of, it's just sort of broken, because both sides will just say, okay, well, I trust my guy, and the other people say, well, I trust my guy, and it's like, well, now what? Like, you're saying that what they're saying is wrong, they're saying what you're saying is wrong. Most of us have no idea about, like, in-depth stuff and, gerrymandering, and if it actually was true, because, and even, like, so much is disputed, like, almost everything's disputed now. And so it's just like absolutely hopeless, because one side will say this, and then the other side will say, no, that's false, it's actually this, and then this side will say, no, there's a fault with the analysis, they're wrong. And it's just like, and then it's just broken. Same with like, and every time anything ever goes bad in the country, whether it's New Zealand or the US and that, one side will say, well, it's because of the other side, and the other side will say, because it's because of the other side, and no one agrees, and everyone that back to this side believes that this side's right when they say that side's wrong, and everyone that believes this side believes that then they're right, and then it's just like, it's just ridiculous. And then like, yeah, and then there's just this tiny group in the middle. Well, I don't know how small it is in that, but like, like a third of states have voted Republican every year since 2000, and a third of states vote Democrat. And so even that already, that's like 2/3 of like just stuck the same way. Like, that's massive. It's the majority of just stuck the exact same way for the last 22 years, and that, which is like a long time. And then and then there's like the ones in the middle which move around a little bit, and even with voters in that, like there'd be like at least 20% that have voted, like probably 26% in that on each side that have voted like red the whole way or blue the whole way, and so that's most people just continually vote the same way in that. And then there's just like this little bit in the middle, which tiny things just, oh, we'll go that way, we'll go that, but it's just so broken, because like both sides, like, then no one's ever accountable, because like, because it's never agreed on who was actually at fault, or what was at fault, or whose policy was at fault. Like, you say, oh, well, it was because of this that they just implemented, and they say, no, it's actually because of this education policy 5 years ago that they implemented. It's just like, oh my goodness, like, it just like, and just no one, like, almost no one agrees. It's just so broken in that. Versus just like, okay, like, this person's fully responsible for everything that happened this time, or like a lot of stuff, and that it's the incentives are broken in that. Anyway, so maybe Supercell is afraid to allow that since it broke Heyday's economy. It did it though? I don't think it did. I think it was, I mean, it's sort of like, it's almost like the same thing, except it actually has an economy that you can trade items in that. So it's just like, it's an addition. It's sort of broken, I think, because of the price caps, but it's still overall better than not having one. Especially for a company that has some of the brightest ones in the game. Not having a play chain reaction and diminishes the value of several cool ideas. City optimization is meaningless. Research is meaningless. There we go. Oh, here we go. This will be interesting to see what they say about that. Allowing play. Oh. Okay, so this was at the time when they didn't have it. Yeah, so then I can totally, then I fully supported that. They used to have it. They removed it. That was just ridiculous that they removed the option to do it. Like, that was crazy. Like, even in that case, there's still that fear for some people that they get kicked in that. But if they're too worried about it, then they can be like me and just create their own one. And then if everyone had that mindset, then it'd just be all these singular valleys in that. But I don't know, it's always like this, it's interesting, like, the percentage of leaders to members in that. And it's also very different in a game where you have valleys of, like, 8 or 10 in this case, versus 50. Because in 50, it means, like, only 2% are leaders, versus, like, that's crazy, 98% of members. Although it would be a much higher leader percentage, because there'd be, like, not all of them are full, and there'd be a lot of people that would attempt to create them with no one join. But even if it was, that's still, like, really, was in Everdale, it's, like, 10% leaders in that, which is a lot more leaders. There's a few different sayings in that. Ultimate power. With ultimate power comes ultimate responsibility, and power corrupts ultimate. Wait. Power corrupts. No, yeah, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it's funny. They're like, oh, this is well, I can sort of see like, oh, but I'm like, no, I don't think like having the approval of elders and that, because then, well, they're just not curtails or grooms, or they, what's the word I'm looking for? It's sort of like grooms, sort of like curtails. What's the word? Not sure. They sort of just like I'll just use the word grooms. They just sort of groom up the elders that they want in that. So it's like if it's like if you don't support me, you're gone in that. Which, and it sort of like almost makes sense, because like if you don't want to have a thing where it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to kick elders in that. I want people that disagree with me, sort of thing. It's like and there's a level at which, yeah, it's healthy to have people that can disagree, but ultimately someone has to make a decision, and you can't just have it like this locked process at the end where nothing can happen in that. Like, and like in Mike thing in that, like if someone had a different idea, like well, not just like a different, like they had a like, I think that we should do the thing this way, and then like they think this and I think this, and it's like, okay, I think it's just better that you go to a different clan and that, and so then you can do your idea of how to like manage the clan best and what way to do it, and then I'll do that. And so it's sort of just better if you just have a streamlined, you just end up with everyone that sort of agrees on, yeah, no, this is how we should run a clan, versus, because yeah, you can have all these voting, but then it sort of just breaks it. Like, I think it's good if you have people that can have healthy disagreement in that, but ultimately someone still has to make the decision in that. And yeah, it's and so I think that and that's what I did with my one in that. I would ask people what they thought, and like and I would listen and follow through with it, with sometimes in that, even on things that I didn't always prefer. Like, I like to just focus on like one building at a time, but I'd say like, okay, which order do you want to upgrade them in that? Which, even to sometimes my detriment in it doing that way, then it was to their benefit, because then they could and so, but yeah, so it's like that was a thing. But yeah, I think that ultimately you do need a leader that can, and like you can say, oh, a mad leader that can kick people indiscriminately. It's like, but then what about like a good leader that can't kick bad people indiscriminately, like people that come and just start swearing and that, and oh, well, the elder's not online, so we have to wait till they get online and that, what? Yeah, it's, I don't know. I just think, well, they ended up adding in voting, didn't they? Yeah, no, they did end up doing that, actually. They did end up doing that. That was, so I was never in clan, like, there's only 10, so there wasn't much discussion, but it could get pretty nasty, the discussion, if you're like, nah, man, this player's they're just not active enough in that, and then they're on at the time, they're like, I am, and don't you dare kick me in that, and you're just like, no, quick vote to get them out, we don't want players like this and that thing, and just get them out of here, it's, it could get real brutal. No power check. But then, I mean, they don't advocate this for all the other games. It's just like, I just think this is unrealistic. I don't know, like, for a game like this, like just a mobile game, like, yeah, a mobile game. And it's different when it comes to like laws, like, and stuff. But yeah, a mobile game, I think having all these other things just sort of can, because it's sort of like, you never really got to experience what it was like, gridlock, like a gridlocked Congress in a valley. Like, I didn't really even experience that, just because, like, with that voting system, we never really even used it, because we never get enough people. But if like, for example, the elders permanently were trying to block something that I was supporting in that, but they can't remove me, but then if, for example, if there was, like, something that then became, like, on Wikipedia, like, if two people want to change it to something, and that, it just becomes this big war of, I'll edit, then I'll undo it, then I'll do it, and it's just, like, this mess in that. And if, for example, there was like, if the elders could edit the description and they kept changing the settings to no one else is allowed to join, or anyone's allowed to join from any level, and then I changed it back, and then it'd just be awful in that, and then it'd be like, okay, this is just broken. Like, someone needs to go, the elders or me, and that. So yeah, I don't think that actually is, yeah, yeah. I don't know, and in a mobile game setting, I don't think that. And yeah, I mean, sure, you can try it, but yeah, anyway. Game requires decisions that imply opportunity, research, improvements. Yeah. Interesting that they're hitting hard at this point. I think it's definitely something to consider in that. I don't think that's what broke Everdale. I mean, this is like Clash Clans has this. Like anyone can just kick. The leader can kick their like. They haven't added in all these like voting systems into those. And I think that they would end up, especially with 50. You would end up with big arguments and big fights over different things. Like you definitely would. Like it would be a opportunity cost of having such a system. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I always used to think it would be sick if in a heyday, like, they just had, like, periods where, like, you just couldn't even grow certain crops. So, and then then it would become, like, a massive shortage in that. I mean, that's why I always wish that Heyday had, like, you didn't have price caps in that. So, then you could just see the market and, like, trade, like, the Steam market, and things would just go up in value and down, and you could just do that. I mean, yeah, because that one was just full on open market. Like, you could search anything. Whereas Heyday, like, not only was it that there was like price caps, but also you only got to see a few items every 2 minutes, and normally you just get to see the same items again and again and again, unless you added heaps of friends, which I tried to do, which then you could then like go check them out when the other people weren't alive. Man, I hate it was a good game. So this is a good article. Yeah, I didn't even know that it was a different thing. It's just sort of like this, you complete these things, and yeah. 16 likes. Huh, interesting. Yes. That's what I attempt to do. Sounds like a fun game. Paid title. So it seems like insane. Like it's hard. Like it's just I can't even imagine like $1 billion for Everdale. Like there's just no way I can imagine that. That's well, I mean, if they change a whole heap of stuff, sure. But in its current form, there's absolutely no way people spend $1 billion on that game. Oh, Eve Online. Yeah, yeah, for sure. So Eve, like you just trade stuff all the time. Oh, I don't have a tag of that. I'll show 3 comments. Oh, interesting. This player didn't want it. Interesting. It's funny because all these people with the different opinions on, just like me, on it, and I mean, it all comes from like sort of a like. Then there's the question that like another fundamental question of what's gaming for? How long do you spend on gaming? And that like if people only spend like 5 or 10 minutes on gaming, they're gonna say totally different things to someone that's wanting to spend like 5 or 6 hours playing, or someone that's gonna play 30 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours a day. Like it all radically changes what you want out of the game. Like if you play so if you play huge amounts, then there's a whole heap of stuff that matters a lot to you that needs to be changed or fixed in order for you to keep doing that enjoyably. Whereas if you only play a little bit, then it sort of like doesn't really matter, sort of a whole heap of stuff like that. Human nature is already altering the dynamic. It's become a race. I mean, but it's always got, like, any game that has a leaderboard is always a race. Like, that was what made it, for me, and a lot of people, so much fun in the first 2 weeks. This immense competition. I still don't get it, though. I still just don't get it. The people that are like, oh, I just want it to be relaxing. It's like, don't open the leaderboard. Just maybe Supercell intentionally didn't put it in an obvious place so people wouldn't have to. It's like, I don't know. It's just like, right. It's like they just seek to, not necessarily this player, but it's like they seek to like ban the leaderboard just because they can't cope with its existence. It's like, let there be a leaderboard too. You don't need to do that. Like, you don't need to continue. Like, if, for example, it then resulted in you getting kicked out of a clan, and you're like, that's because of the race thing, I can see why you'd be annoyed at it. But, like, since the things now come in that you can create a thing, then you can just create your own valley, and just don't even worry about leaderboard. Who cares if it exists or not? Like, why should that affect your enjoyment of the game? I don't know. It's just like so many people, like, rather than just it doesn't affect you, don't worry about it. They're like, no, we must get rid of the leaderboard. We can't have that. It's like, who cares? But yeah, I played Alpha Switch 3rd Valley, about to leave that. Studying booting people offline for more than 24 hours without permission. Without permission? What is every few hours? I bet it wasn't even that. I bet it wasn't that bad. I bet, like, they're probably like, hey, look, we really want to get this going and that, and people that just play like for a few hours casually per month, it's like, no. A solo version. But yeah, that's at this point they didn't have the option to create clans. I mean, they had prior, but they removed it and then added it back in. But then that would solve this guy's problems. But yeah, there we go. That was an interesting analysis. It was an interesting analysis. Analysis. Because I remember looking at this, I think, like, a long time ago. Blog. And it had, like, Everdale was... Oh, right, so they did right on that one. Clash Mini. Man, there's so much I could... Yeah, this is... Yeah, it's crazy. Not sure if this was the... I think it was this website that it was... Yeah, looking at. And then... So that's that one. And then we can... Oh, this is going to be very interesting. They did nothing with the game. So anyway, I will get up back the comments. So... Well, the game... If it's still... It's probably gone. And you're all saying, like, oh no, it's gone. Did you see it just died? And it's like, oh. No! Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. It's still up. It's still up. Surprisingly. Oh, there we go. You hadn't... Ah, I haven't got it connected. There we go. Still live as of right now. Oh, it's so sad that the game's dying. It was such a great game. Boom. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. The Finland trip, man, that was crazy. Crazy! I'm getting so many copyright claims. Oh, it's such a pain, man. Look at them all. Like so the 24th, the 25th, the 25th, the 26th, the 30th. It's like every few days. It's just copyright claim, copyright claim, copyright claim. Such annoying. So annoying. Did that get removed? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that one got removed. It's just, yeah, but it's so annoying. Content live. We are live, and it's monetized. Oh, crazy, unbelievable. I'll go like that. Oh, we could go to the studio. Let's go to the studio. Oh, we got 4 live viewers. 5 likes. Oh, there we go. Hello, Satnav. You're a moderator on my channel. I don't... Have you changed your name? Never really played or watched Everdale. Feel like I missed out. What's the perks of being a top valley? And just then you can be on the leaderboard. That's... Oh, and the fact that if it's, like, actually got stuff on it, like, you can... Oh, through watching. Oh, pop-out chat. That's not what I meant. And if you've got... And then you can have, like, stuff unlocked, which is helpful. Oh, that was so long ago. I am in New Zealand. Senior. Hello. From the other side. Do 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 do. Oh. Oh, it's closing in. Someone says closing in 1 hour and 11 minutes. And they said that at 9. So that will be like in 4 minutes. See here. Is that 10 AM UTC? Okay, what I'll do, I will. I'll just go and grab my charger because the device is low. So that means it's going to die in 3 minutes. That's sad. So much hope. That is sad. That is sad. Sad, oh sad. Oh, my body's achy from a game of Gaga. A few games. That means any minute now, it will close for the last time. That is actual sad. Oh, there's some chat. It's in 2 minutes. No. It's so sad. Change from all light it used to be. Arnav! Okay, no, Arnav's, that rings a bell. That rings a bell. Norsk, welcome to the stream. Used to be, seen a while since chat. I remember Arnav, the name, for sure. What game were you with? No, it's gonna die like so soon now. It's so sad. That's literally like, will it turn off exact? Oh, it's already. It is the one thing right now. One final look at the Valley. Well done, play. I honestly doubt it will have even changed from the start of the stream. Ah, it hurts. It's sad, man. Ah, so many games, so many good games just get killed, and this was one of them. Thank you for Tom Chen coming by. Thank you to Gooby and Mana and MJ. I will, even once it dies, I'll then go through like those 2 articles, or one of them at least, and sort of just finish up. There we go. For a short maintenance break. There we go. That's, oh, yeah. Oh, there's the Everdale chat as well. R versus the General. So any second now will be its last. Oh, it hurts, man. It hurts. It hurts. 216 days ago. It hurts. This game was great. I loved it. It was so much fun. Yeah. And yeah, I feel like that other stream was kind of officially the last one, with a wonderful goodbye to Ricky and, man, it's sad, and to Clash with Style. You know, it was a nice final ending to it. It was a sort of, well, you know, we're doing this stream now. You know, it's nice to be there for the very end. But yeah, great, yeah. So sad. Rush Wars and Battlelands, okay. Yeah, I know, great. It's so flippin' sad. I'm so over becoming, like, attached, enjoying a game a lot, like Rush Wars, like Everdale, and then it's like, goodbye. You know, Heyday Pop and Clash Quest. Heyday Pop and Clash Quest I didn't enjoy as much as Rush Wars and Everdale, but Founder. Oh, it's so sad. No, it's so sad. It's so sad. This is actually so sad, man. Oh, we can give him, just in case he hops on. I don't think we'll let anyone else on anymore. The final. We'll give him a sugar. Shazam! Gift time. No, it's just so sad. It's so sad. Check out those ones, that guy. Where's the other one? Gooby. Oh, there we go. 1. Yeah, 2 mana. 3 MJ. 4 Tom Chin. Ah, it's just so painful. I can't believe it. Why are we here? It's like, why are we here with this game now already? Like, you know, it was just Clash Quest, like, not that long ago. And then prior to that, you know, we had, yeah, Heyday Pop died and Rush Wars died. And, you know, Clash Mini could be next in another month. It's like, I just can't do it. Can't get in anymore. I can't enter 2. Yeah, I think it's... Maybe I'll try keeping this on. I will, but they do force close you eventually. It just sort of, just like resets out when the servers close. And it was like 2 or 3 minutes late. I think it was like 3 minutes late with Clash Quest. But yeah, I'll try to keep it going as long as possible. I'll never log out. I'll never stop touching it for more than 5 minutes. They'd be mad if you had like a bot that just be like, do every little while, and then you actually like one. I was the only person that did it and managed to get our Valley all the way up to first in the world, and then like Supercell like it's like what the heck? Like 2 years later when it's like first. Yeah. We got 1,000 gems in the game. Oh, that was from ages ago. Oh no, but we slowly build them up from completing those things. Franz the Fixer. No, this is sad. SAD. It's so sad, man. But I still feel like not the stream really, but yeah, we got to 13, which was cool. That other stream was sort of the official one, and that with Ricky and that, but this is still sort of like a official timeline conclusion of the game. How did you even do photo mode? I can't. Oh, it's like something along here. Photo mode. Oh, you can turn it. Well, that's quite cool. 1.6. Oh, wait. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, no, it's just done. That, yeah, but... Yeah, I just snapshotted it. It's funny. Yeah. Henry's still in game. Ah, there we go. Gone. At 05. There it was. There it was. Oh, 06. No, 05. Yeah. Well, it says 05 on my computer, but yeah. There we have it. There we have it. The wonderful Everdale is complete. How sad is that? That's so sad, man. That's so sad. That's so sad. There it goes. There she goes. Final Everdale. It's crazy. This has been over 2 years, this journey. Oh, not over 2 years. It's been a lot, like, yeah, like almost 2 years. It's so long. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Satnav, for the super chat. Even though for a sad thing to, yeah, for end on. But yeah, thank you very much, man, for the super chat. Thank you. Almost 2 hours, the stream. It's cool that we got to finish, like, yeah, we got to cover it again right before it did die. But yeah, how sad. How sad. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 of you that were here. As it finally officially greet Satnav, Map, and other person. It's gone. That's so sad. I'm glad I got to sort of see it out, but it's like, man, that's so sad. I'm just so over this. I'm so over this. Just game after game after game. Basically, yeah, all the main ones I've covered have died except for Heyday. And that, then I've mentioned, yeah, my frustrations with that game. But yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's actually gone. Hey, Facecast, welcome to the stream. Welcome, buddy. Long time no see. Sad ending. And El Houghton, welcome. Yeah, games just died that we've loved for a long time. Last year on Halloween, it was Minuscute, a German Minecraft server. Oh, I see. And today it's Everdale. I mean, that's life. That's life. Just things keep happening. Hey, Facecast, thank you, man. Thank you for the super chat. 2 super chats. Thank you, Facecast, and thank you, Satnav. It's good to see you, Facecast, man. Good to see you. Good to see you both. Thank you guys for coming by. I will be back in about maybe 5 minutes. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry I have to go, but I will be back, but like 5 minutes. Thank you guys for patiently waiting. Sorry for the delay, interruption. Okay. So yeah, Everdale, no more. That's like we've had so many good memories with this game. It's really quite sad. It says maintenance break. Here we go. Yeah. There we have it. How sad. Do need to fix the background. It's been like that for a while. So yeah, good night, Phasecast. Hello, Skittles. I'm here now. And Al Hodigan. Do 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 do. There we go, still maintenance. Permanent maintenance indeed. Yes. Sadly. Sadly. Lee Zeldin. So, yeah. Everdale is complete. But I will read the second article to see what they said at the end. Because that was actually really interesting. I sort of had wanted to go through those update things, but it's gone. It's done. It doesn't really... So thank you guys for the super chats. Okay. So, we'll go through the second article. It sounds like a constitution or something. Okay, yeah, we'll have a look at the next one along. Oh, yeah, and actually I will go through the Discord, because there was a heap of people on this one. Strangers are just friends you don't know. Yeah, because I'd looked through the general chat. Oh, is this it here? Gone. Yeah, I'd looked through the general chat, not the Everdale chat. It's a lot of Everdale chat. It's EOS. Yeah, it's sad. It's like, I'm just so over these games dying, man. Where even is Everdale on this? Oh, S tier, that's pretty. Oh, this guy! He's played so many games. Oh my goodness, I don't even know most of. I know that one. Among Us is S tier. Yeah, he was such a player. He was so good. Yeah, he's Yeah, I mean, I admire him for. Oh, that looks cool. That's so cool. It's not perfectly stitched together, but yeah, you get the idea. Oh, perspective changed. Ah, there we go. So sad. um. Oh, this was 21. Oh, have we got that far back now? Oh, I didn't realize there was so little chat. Yeah. Yeah, I admire him for making it profitable. Like he's cracked the code of doing YouTubing and that. Like I respect that. Whoa. Oh my goodness, that guy in the patterns. Man. That's crazy. Yeah, I do. Vine Farm. I do respect him for making. I mean, respect. I don't. Why? Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm like, good on him for cracking. You know, YouTube. Oh, this. Yeah. 1 out of 3. Uh. Oh, that was when it was a thing. Yeah, it's very hard to do. Like none of us heyday YouTubers as of 2019 had actually made it profitable that I was aware of. Like we did it, but like, yeah, it's. So he's obviously had a huge amount of experience. Yeah, lead Clash Royale. That's absolutely crazy. Like that's prior to it coming out. Then. Yeah, so he's obviously he like knows, and even then it's still an incredibly simple game, despite the fact that it's like one of the top Supercell people. Yeah, like I don't know why he doesn't employ more people. Like you're thinking just at least like 5. Save Everdale, yeah. It's like almost all petitions never really get enough to save a game. Oh, there'll be heaps of chat on. Well, it was like the 3rd they announced it. So we'll go through that and then we'll go through the next article. Then, yeah, those suggestions. Oh, this is good old heyday. I loved Heyday as well, and that's weird because that's like this one game I actually could go back to, but it's just sort of like I could go back to it, but it won't. I was saying the number. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people that were wished. Peter. Flashwood style. Good lad. Hmm. 32,000. That's slightly different currency though. Yeah, all these. I'll be so far behind at Clash Clans now. I'd made it to over level 100, but yeah, people were like so far. Like, yeah, there was in 2020 I stopped. So in December 2020 I stopped Clash Clans. Just you say. Add. Is that the whiff one from Heyday? And then there's off topic and memories and thank you and. Don't shut down Everdale. Yeah, it's hardly any 142. I mean, it's like 142 people that care enough to sign it, but yeah. Such a good game, so sad it's gone. But yeah, and then it's just the profitability of, yeah. Like, you know, I could go back to Heyday. I could go back to it, but it's just like, yeah, it wouldn't be profitable to go back to it, you know. But and there's already games that I like games like Risk that I. It's sort of just the matter of me streaming and that, just getting me to, like, being like, okay, I'm going to do a stream. Let's do a stream in that. It's just like a thing. But yeah, I mean, Risk won't grow me either in that. But yeah, then it's sort of just, I don't know. Like, it's just ever since my channel was killed, then it just absolutely ruined the growth of my channel. So it's sort of been so disheartening. Knowing to do anything on YouTube can just be wiped again. So then that's like, and then I could do it on other ones, but then they don't have the traction. So it's hard to know really what to do. It's hard to know what to do. Oh, there's that thing. Could probably stop that now because take it no one's. Oh, join. Fourth. Man, there was a lot of people in the fourth, actually. A lot of people. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, who is this?
It's Cole Animos. I kind of just joined trying to look for support, to be honest.
Well, welcome, welcome. I'm currently streaming on YouTube and the other ones. If you, yeah.
Yeah, I've done a really stupid thing, and I left it to the last moment and realized the servers are now closed.
Yeah, yeah. It just eventually hit, sadly.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It is. It is. It's been such a wonderful time, such a wonderful game. What level had you got to?
I think I was like mostly maxed on everything. Although the Valley was still like going on the last upgrades. But yeah, when SuperSight announced it, I was just like, don't want to do anymore. But yeah, I was meant to do like a final goodbye, but apparently it ended 37 minutes ago, so I can't even do that now, and I'm really gutted.
Yeah, it was such a wonderful game, and there was so many. It was, yeah. I'm sad as well. It was just awesome. So it's just real sad to have it go.
Yeah. Yeah. It was such a really beautiful game, and it's a shame.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Was your valley? Did you have lots of people in your valley?
Yeah, I had like a full, like it wasn't like a competitive valley at all. It was just yeah, 10 of us, and we got to a point where we were quite efficient in completing tasks, and yeah, doing research, building. We were pretty much maxed, almost.
Right.
But yeah, but until the announcement, like I think everyone in the valley kind of just like petered away.
Yeah.
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 I like
You go on.
personally, I got the 11th villager. And I was like, yay! And then the announcement came, and I was like, oh.
Yeah. Well, you at least you maxed it, like maxed those villages like just in time. You got all the villages.
Yeah, yeah. I was meant to make a note of like their skills, but I didn't get. Obviously, I didn't get in time.
Yeah.
I feel so. Because in my head, I was like, end of month, and being in the UK, it's still October. So, but
Right. Yeah.
I didn't. I didn't read the small print that it was actually 10 a.m. And I was like, oh no. Really
Yeah,
sad
it's,
about that anyway.
yeah, unfortunate to have missed the battle though. It was sort of just like, yeah, like on My Valley, we had one person on, one person left that was online like an hour ago. But yeah, mostly the My Valley had petered out as well.
Yeah. Oh. Did you take loads of screenshots, videos?
I've streamed it heaps. I got like one or two snapshots right at the end and showcased the leaderboard and scrolled in, like zoomed in on my Valley members' bases and that. So yeah, sort of memory of the wonderful times and players, and yeah. How long had you played it for? Like, when did you first download it?
I think I downloaded it as soon as it got announced. As Everdale actually, not as the Valley and
Yeah,
what do you call it?
yeah.
But yeah, as soon as it was kind of announced on the Supercell kind of channels, I was like, all right, let me give it a go.
Yep.
And yeah, I was kind of just like, it was very smooth and fun. But yeah, I guess I understand that like there's only so much progression in their current state, right? So
Yeah.
how many villages can they actually add, and yeah, how could people actually manage more than like 11 villages at a time? I think the I think it's that progression, wasn't it?
Yeah, I feel like they hadn't quite cracked like what happens when people max out, like what features are there, what else is there, rather than just endless doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. They could have, yeah. I guess it would have taken time, and yeah, that's not what they wanted to do.
Yeah, it was a shame because I mean, like almost like I feel like the sentiment is totally like they should have done this, they could have done this. Why didn't they do anything?
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I felt like it was totally missed potential. Like it had so much good stuff. It's like yeah, like surely they could add it as a mini game into Heyday.
I haven't played Heyday. I started it, but then I didn't really get into it.
Yeah.
But is it quite similar in the
It's a
style?
little bit similar, but like you could totally have in Heyday, like a mini game is that you can play Everdale. Like so, then the game didn't officially get deleted or whatnot. Like it's just a mini game. I think that would be. I don't think they'd do it, but yeah,
yeah, yeah. I don't get why they. I guess it still costs them money to keep servers running, but yeah, 1 month of like saying goodbye. Well, as soon I guess for most players they kind of turned off anyway. As soon
yeah,
as we knew the impending doom.
yeah.
But I think they should have let it kind of like run for a bit longer than a month.
I feel like though, but like, how many people were still playing it? Like, I felt like most people would quit by now, and yeah,
Yeah, most people would have stopped because I suppose like as you see your players stop playing, then you can't really like complete tasks, ships and
yeah,
do the
yeah.
stuff yourself anyway. So yeah,
It was sort of like a downward spiral in a sense.
Yeah. But it's good that you kind of covered your final memories.
Yeah, yeah. Just sort of like the sad, yeah. Well, the happy times of the good game that we've had, and just sort of real sad that it's just, I don't know, man. It's just so painful. And I've been through so many games that this has happened with, like Rush Wars years ago, and then they did it with Heyday Pop, and then they've done it with Clash Quest, and it's like it's hard. It's hard. It's just like just this constant like you find a game, you like a game, and then it just gets killed, and you're like, oh man, really?
Wait, Quest wasn't that one of the new ones that was meant to come out?
Yeah, in 2021 they released it in beta, and they killed it like a week before they announced that they're killing Everdale.
Oh really? I didn't know that.
And,
Oh, it's so much sad news.
I know. And then there's one more game they currently still have called Clash Mini, which is in beta.
Yeah.
But people are speculating that that will get killed as well. It's just like they've just said if that game gets killed, that means that they will have killed every game. Oh, that's cool. Every game in 5 years, like all the games that are released in the last 5 years that Supercell's released, the last half decade have been killed.
Damn.
Like that's mad. If that's like 5 years of every single game. So Supercell will have released 5 games over the courses of and beta over 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and all of them will have been killed. And it's like, oh my goodness, like that's just insane how like dire and unfortunate a situation it was.
Yeah. That is a shame. I was looking, so other than Everdale, I was like, oh, this is a great game. And I actually spent quite a lot of time, like, and got into the rhythm of, like, timing things and making sure, like, everything was going smoothly.
Yeah.
But I also knew that the Clash Mini and Clash Quest were going to come out. Because I was, like, following, I don't know if there's a guy called Kairos Time.
Yes.
Who kind of, like, goes through the games, and I've kind of been following him on Clash Mini and kind of looking forward to it coming out. But he mentioned Clash Quest as well, and then I didn't actually know that got killed. So,
yeah.
Oh no.
Well, Clash Quest was released before. Clash Quest was released in May 2021, and then Everdale was released in about August 2021, and then Clash Mini was released in November 2021.
Right. I guess because I'm in the UK, I didn't have access to the other two.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't in the beta.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although I know you can like cheat it somehow using VPNs or something. I just thought, okay, I'll just wait for the actual game to come out.
Yeah.
To go global, as they say. So it's Clash Mini that we have to hold our hopes for.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's lots of people speculating it will get killed. I mean, it could go global. Like, it definitely has better stats and a better chance than Everdale or Clash Quest, but it's still not like perfect. So we'll see what happens with that one. But if that one dies, it's like, oh my goodness, 5 years of Supercell killing every game they released in that time.
Yeah. Do you play Clash Royale?
No, I played it in 2016 and 2017. It's crazy that was over like 5 years ago. Like, that was back when the games weren't killed. But yeah, it was a good game.
Because it seems like they, at least in the most recent month, they've pushed a lot of like changes in those two games. At least from my perspective, they've like reworked a lot of stuff in those games. So I don't know if it's whether to like keep people on there. Well, obviously it is to keep people playing it because it was a bit hard to progress.
Yeah.
But maybe that's where their focus is now on their current stuff. I don't know how like in my head, but I guess it's like a quality thing. In my head, I'd be like, release the games and like just see how it goes, and like it still makes the money, surely.
Yeah.
But that's me being like, I don't know, cynical. I'm like, they could have just released it. I'm sure they still got money from people buying gems and stuff.
Yeah, well, they definitely would have made money for sure if they released it, but they didn't want to make it what's called a cash grab, where they just get open money and then the game sort of just peters out. So
Yeah.
sort of they decided that just rather not even do that, which is sort of hard for those of us who play it and think this is a great game, but yeah, it doesn't meet their internal standards.
Yeah. So did you play the Valley one? What's it called,
Yes.
Valley?
Yeah, I did actually. I don't think many people end up playing that. OJ, Orange Juice, he used to play
yeah.
it. But yeah, I did play it way back, and it was very similar to Everdale. It was very similar to Everdale. There was not. It was like Everdale, but with like even less features. So
Right.
it's like you didn't miss out really if you didn't play Valleys and Villages, and it's not like you got that much training from playing it. I mean, I'm glad I played Valleys and Villages. It was fun, and it was nice to have that head start, but it did get wiped, although you got a few gems transferred across. But yeah, I did play that one back in the day, and it had become so inactive, which should have been a warning sign to Supercell before they release it under Supercell. Like, they should have just fixed it before they did that. Like, there was still bugs in it, but like I was in the top valley in the game in Valleys and Villages, and we were like miles ahead. Like, there was like the other ones were so inactive. Like, we were just so far ahead. And yeah, and then we moved over to Everdale, most the same people, which was kind of cool. And we were like a top 51, but sort of near the lower end of the top 50. But yeah, it was crazy being in that original game, and yeah.
So how does it feel being cut twice?
I know. I mean, yeah, people were so annoyed when they did that the last time. When they did that the last time, people were so annoyed. Like, I remember someone did a Reddit post, and they were furious at Supercell. They're like, I've invested all this time, all this money into it, and then you just do this, just using us as guinea pigs as part of your pet project to then start a new one. Like, some people are really unhappy with that. Like, for example, they could have then just like transferred the progress over onto the Everdale server and that, but it was like they sort of have mixed things. Like with, for example, Brawl Stars, from when they released it at beta, they never reset it and just did it into global, and those players were miles ahead. Like, people had a year and a half start of progressing in the games than the other people. Yet then, like in Everdale, yeah, when they reset it, people were really annoyed about that. Really annoyed. They felt like betrayed because, yeah, and some of them quit at that point and never would have moved to Everdale. And kind of to them, props to them, and the fact that then after another year of playing Everdale, like I did, I did have a big break. Then it gets killed again. So it's like, I mean, I'm still glad I played it, but it does, after playing so many games that this happens to, like Rush Wars, it was a great game, came out and played it, and then it got killed. Then this game called Battlelands, played it, got killed. And then Halo Pop, played it, got killed. And it's just, and then, Clash Quest, played it, got killed. Everdale, played it, got killed. It's like, with Supercell games, it's sort of like it starts to become a drain. Like, back in the day, in the whole last 5 years, they've just killed all of them. But in the first 5 years, it was their heyday. In 2012 to 2017, Supercell was just like releasing game after game after game. There's the odd one that died, but most of them that released between about half of them released between 2012 and 2017 ended up going global. But yeah, now it's just been constant killing them, and it's very demoralizing. And I think that there will have been a heap of people that would have wrote it out for Rush Wars and wrote it out for Halo Pop and maybe Everdale that will just sort of have just moved on from gaming by the time Supercell releases their next one. Or they just give up on Everdale, on Supercell for continually doing that.
Yeah, surely they're getting, like, they're gonna get less players willing to do beta testing.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I mean, they'll still have a big loyal pool in that, but I feel like there'll be heaps of them that will end up dying out, which I think is very sad, because a lot of those people have got that history of playing all those games. So it's awesome if someone's played Everdale and then, the new ones, versus if it's just sort of a new batch of people that haven't played any of Supercell's previous games, then It's not as much history. But the problem is, the thing is, those ones won't be as critical because they haven't gone through cycle after cycle of Supercell killing a game. Whereas players like me and a whole heap of others will be a whole heap more cynical and pessimistic. It's like, you've done this so many times before, and Supercell might get a bit annoyed at pessimistic players and just want optimistic ones, and thus they don't really care if people like me sort of just stop.
Yeah. That's the. What do you think you'll do now? I only popped on like, I think you were mid sentence of what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. There's a game I'm playing called Rootland, which I'm playing and enjoying, but I don't think it has that much. But the thing is, every game has potential. It's just a matter of how much of the devs willing to put in, and I don't think the devs are going to go far enough in making this game Rootland. People will say it could be a Supercell one, but but who knows? I don't think it is, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting for Clash Heroes to come out, and I am going to play that one. Although I've made the decision that going forward, I'm not going to spend any money on, and other than like if it's a gem, if it's like a pass, then I will. But if it's like just like, I used to like heavily gem like an Everdale and Rush Wars and that, but I'm not going to do that anymore. Because, well, a few reasons, but, yeah, it costs a heap of money, and I haven't got a heap of money to spend on it, but also then you just sort of lose that money. Like, they don't let you transfer it to other beta games, which is a real pain. So then, it's cool they let you keep it, but then you have to move it to one of the existing 5 games, but I don't play any of the existing 5 games, so it's like, what use is 100,000 gems on Clash of Clans if I don't play Clash of Clans?
Right.
So, I'm not sure. I will play Clash Heroes and see how we go. If they release it. I mean, that might get killed before it's even released and that. But, I don't know. I mean, I'm absolutely looking outside of just Supercell. But there's very few popular mobile games, let alone non-shooter, non-sport popular mobile games. Like, there's, COD Mobile and Fortnite and all that. But I don't want to cover the first-person shooter games. But there's very few mobile games that actually are successful. And Supercell has, like, of the ones that are successful, Supercell has a lot of them. They got Clash of Clans, they got Clash Royale, they got Brawl Stars. They're all massively popular mobile games that have had esports. How many mobile games have had esports? Virtually none. It's extremely rare. So, that was recent as. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, what the future is. Yeah, regarding mobile games, it's very hard. It's very hard to find popular mobile games. It just is. Like, there's hardly any YouTubers there's just not that many YouTubers that even Heyday, which is a decently popular game, and most mobile games will never even be as popular as Heyday. Even Heyday is not nearly enough views for someone to cover it and get enough income from covering from the videos, the ad revenue on the videos.
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's tricky.
Yeah, like myself, I don't really play any other mobile games other than Supercell games.
Yeah.
So, as I mentioned, I play Clash Royale and Brawl Stars.
Yeah.
And at the moment, they're doing an alright job of like keeping you like coming in daily, doing your quests and just like season stuff as well. So in my head, I was like, Supercell, and if you download a Supercell game, you're gonna have a good game. Like, but like from what you were saying, like if they've been chopping new developments, it's just such a strange thing where like that kind of trust in them to produce a good game, it kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of goes down.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. But I'm not saying I'm going to be like quitting like Clash Royale or
yeah.
I'll still continue them.
Yeah.
But yeah, kind of also want to see what's new in there, like in their vision. I know they did like a roadmap thing.
Yeah. They'll be so out of date now because Clash Quest is being killed. Clash Heroes still isn't out, and Clash Mini might get killed as well.
Yeah. Surely they're gonna put their like eggs in one basket and actually release something for us.
They have to. Otherwise, just like investment wise, as much as they celebrate the failures of their game so they can learn from it, you can only do
Yeah.
that so many times before you go bankrupt.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, they're still
maybe-
you go on, go on.
Yeah. They're probably making bucket loads from
Yeah, on the
the
existing ones.
games there. So yeah.
But it's still like, come on, man, like create some good new ones in that. And yeah, I mean those old ones, who knows how long they will stay profitable for? Like they're still getting a lot of downloads in that and still getting profit for sure. But yeah, it's sort of like they will have wasted so many $1 million on trying to develop these new games. Well, not wasted. Well, yeah, like as in it didn't end up working out or paying off.
Yeah. They
So it'll be interesting to see sort of the future of Supercell. Like, are they going to release Clash Heroes in the next 2 months? Are they going to release that in the next 2 months, or are they going to kill Clash Mini in the next 2 months? They'll both be very interesting things to see developments of that, because then it will sort of, that will sort of make it much more clear what the future picture is for Supercell. Like, what's left? Like, if Clash Mini dies, we're like, oh my goodness, like. Yeah, there's like nothing left from like the 2019 to 2021 era, like nothing left. Or the whole 2022 era if they don't release Clash Heroes. It's just so long.
Yeah.
It's waiting and waiting and waiting. But I've met so many nice people within the community, so it's real cool, sort of, like, and you sort of see them, like, there's a guy that I just chatted to for the first time in 3 years who used to play Rush Wars with. It's like, oh my goodness, like, that's mad. You know, it's just the people you connect. Like, if you're in the Supercell community, like, yeah, you just come to know many of the most active people in the games, of all the beta games at least, because the people in the beta games generally tend to hop around like I do.
Yeah. Yeah. So you mentioned Rutland or Rootland.
Yeah.
How do you spell that? Out of curiosity.
ROOT space LAND.
Oh, Rootland.
Yeah. But it's only released in some countries. It's a beta game.
Interesting.
It's honestly these days like every game. It's just like beta, and beta ones are never in the US, and often are in New Zealand and Australia and Finland, and a few others.
Let's see. Where are you based?
New Zealand.
Yeah.
But they didn't have Brawl Stars in beta in New Zealand, which was a pain, and they don't have Clash Mini in beta in New Zealand. Like, I feel like you think they'd just pick a few countries and then they'd like have data on them, so they'd want to keep using those countries because they have data to compare it to. So you think if they pick New Zealand as a beta country, it'd make it more likely they'll pick it in the future because they have a good idea. It's like a small nation.
Yeah, I guess it's like how many users that they'll get, or testers. I mean.
Yeah.
This Rootland looks very cute. It looks almost like Everdale.
Yeah.
How'd you find that?
People from Everdale had found it. Like, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there's one of the people that used to work for Supercell is one of the 3 people that designed it. Only 3 people are on the team of that game.
Really?
So it's very small. So it's like one programmer, 1 art person, and 1 other person.
Interesting.
So yeah, that one. And both Clash with Style and Ricky have gone to play it, but we'll see how long that one lasts. Because I feel like that one's going to become like that's even more repetitive than Everdale. Like it's sort of like it's like you just collect resources and then sell them for tasks, and that's basically it. And it is fun. It is fun, but it's sort of like this is like going to need some more substance to it to last.
Yeah.
and the clans have like no interaction. Like you can chat, and that's literally basically it. Like there's like 0 point of clans basically. Like they have these clan event things, but like one person can complete it by themselves without too much struggle anyway. So it's annoying because the person who contributes the most gets like a bonus coin reward. So it's like annoying if your teammates are on, because then it like if you miss the coin reward, because only one of you, well, you can all get it if you all got the first equal, but that doesn't, yeah. So yeah, it's sort of crazy. Like you can't trade with them, you can't send resources with them, you don't like complete like the library together other than the event thing, which you can do by yourself anyway. It's sort of like they need way more for the game.
So there's like not any collaboration, but you've got someone who's going to be competing for resource in the
Yeah. Resources that you can sell, and so not only does you getting to mean that if you get the most, then you get a bonus coin reward, but you can also just sell those resources anyway. So it's just like there's like zero value in like having clanmates, really. Like you just chat to them and that's literally it. Like that's so broken. Like this, yeah.
Yeah. It's like the opposite of Everdale. No.
Well,
I mean, like in the ethos of.
Yeah, for sure. Although even in Everdale, there was like subtly some things you could, like, yeah, like whoever got the boat, there was fighting for who got the boat. But yeah, Everdale was far more like, yeah, it wasn't nearly, in a lot of ways, it wasn't as competitive. It's just like, oh, good, my teammates are leveling up the stone training center. That will help me.
Yeah. The good old times in Everdale.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be super cool, so cool to see like a flow chart of like not vote. I mean, there's a cool one on voters and that, like for like an election, and if people go from like I think it was with Sarah Palin or something, and it had like what voters went and then went to which voter and that. But it'd be cool with like the Supercell games. So it had like Rush Wars and that, and then it had like and then it had like all the new ones, and then it had like Rush Wars, then Heyday Pop and that. So it showed like how many people went to like all of them, or then just stopped and never played another Supercell game after Rush Wars, or how many of them went to Heyday Pop, that then went to Valleys and Villages, and it would be so cool to see like what percentage of people. Like, there wouldn't be that many people that had played, like, yeah, multiple games in a row of Supercell, multiple of the beta. Like, there would be some. There might be, like, 100 people or 1,000 people, but it wouldn't be that many. It'd be a very small percentage.
Yeah. Like almost like a flow of player base.
Yes.
Referring to the game.
Yeah.
That'd
I mean,
be
even
cool.
just seeing like Everdale, and like where did everyone go after Everdale? I mean, the thing is, people go to multiple games, but even if they had it defined as like what is the primary game that people spend the most time playing on average per day that people went to after Everdale, that'd be so interesting to see.
Yeah.
I bet Supercell games would be up there. I don't know. Maybe and some people would just then have stopped being a gamer after that time.
Probably. I guess like with Everdale, it's got a different style of playing compared to what Supercell's current games currently have, because like the current games are all about being competitive, like rising in the ranks and climbing a ladder, whereas Everdale was all about kind of collaboration and like, other than someone not completing their task, there wasn't much conflict within Everdale.
Yeah.
So I could imagine like people who were very heavily into Everdale just was like, there's no other Supercell game that is like this, so I'll stop.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they already played the other games anyway, they'll probably move back or just focus more time on those ones. Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe you go on.
If they released a new one of let's call it Everdale 3. Would you do it? And it went into beta. Would you do it?
Yeah, I'd do it, especially in like the first week or so, just for like the banter and just like the competition right at the start of who get. But yeah, I'd be like so sus.
What if they? Okay, so obviously they have to change something to make it a bit more, I don't know, viable. What if they made it so that you battled against other valleys? Would you still play it?
Battle. Yeah, absolutely. I would actually quite like that.
Okay. 'Cause I guess like people were. That was one of the things that people were like suggesting
Yeah.
was if you could battle other valleys, but then that would lose the niceness of the game where it was like, oh, there's no conflict here.
True, but even if you just had like trade agreements or something, so you like had to like work together with other valleys and that, so and try and like get as many resources. So it's like, you know how we have to work together to complete like valley tasks. You could have like mega valley tasks where you have multiple valleys join up that you then trade with to like complete, like, you know, that it could be real
Yeah,
sick.
That's true. And then like you get like what cross valley bonuses.
Yeah, something like that.
there's-
Yeah.
And then there'll be like a bigger ladder.
Yeah.
Well, that could have been cool, but
Yeah.
I if they released Everdale 3, I'm not sure if I would jump on it,
Yeah.
given that their history with Valley and Villagers and Everdale. I don't know. I don't think I could do what you did.
But the thing is, I'm doing it for like different incentives in that, because since I'm a YouTuber and I'm always looking for opportunities of games, and then changes it, which then is sort of, it's then harder and not good that I can't sort of see or notice as much or feel what it's like to just play it just sort of for fun and, you know, sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I still enjoy it, but it's harder to see it because since I have all these other incentives why I'm doing it, it then changes stuff.
Yeah, I guess like if you're streaming, you're obviously trying to either be instructive or like
Yeah.
kind of reviewing stuff rather than actually just consuming the gameplay. Yeah. So with your channel, what games are you? Obviously, you were doing Everdale, I assume.
Yeah.
What else were you doing?
Clash Quest.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you've been kind of showing like all
the beta ones.
Games
Yeah.
Been...
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's been a huge thing for my channel for years, because it's always like the beta ones are the ones that have the opportunity. Like, even though I enjoyed Clash of Clans, you can't just become a Clash of Clans YouTuber. Like, Galadon and so many others are well established and do really good, super well edited stuff, and most people watch them, and rightfully so in that. So I couldn't enter that. Even in 2017, I thought it would be too oversaturated to enter the Clash of Clans market, even though I would have liked to do that, but I ended up doing Heyday because I thought there's not as many people actually covering that, and I can offer a more unique perspective. But that's why I hugely focused on covering... Oh, he was here from ages ago. On covering the beta games, because then, even though like you might have to cover it for months and months and months, and it might take months before it goes global, or months and it just dies, if it goes global and I've been covering it from the start, then that could end up be real successful.
Yeah, because you'll be one of the main people to kind of watch.
Yeah. And for real, like you look at Everdale, how many were covering it? Basically no one. I mean, there was Ricky, Red Knight, there was Clash with Style, and like that was, and then maybe iPsycho, but there was very few covering it regularly in that. And so if it did go global, we would have a massive advantage, having like known the game inside out, having built up a community of all the active people. So if it went global, then we'd already have the active community of people that are interested in YouTube videos that come onto YouTube that are real high in the game already. So then we'd have like lots of the top players already connected in. And yeah, I do have that. Like there's top players from Everdale that came by. Like I had a member, like I think the leader or one of the top people from the very top game, Toby Town, I remember that, coming by the stream. So you get these people, and it's real cool in that, and you sort of just build up that community, and it's primed for if it went global. But so far, all the games I've covered have ended up dying rather than going global.
Yeah. Oh, it's a shame. That's a
Yeah.
big shame.
But
So
I'm still trying. Sorry, go on.
Do you think you would? So far, your channel has been focused on Supercell games. Is that
Yeah.
right? Or do you? So do you think you'll, I don't know, branch out to others, or do you feel like Supercell is where you're staying?
I'm definitely willing to branch out in that. But
Yeah.
I still think that Supercell games have a huge chance, they're way more likely than like most gaming companies to have successful games. Like it's all well and good to like a game, like oh Rootland's fun at that, but it's like if there's hardly any interest on it on YouTube, it's like well that's not going to actually successfully grow my channel. Whereas with Supercell games have a decent chance if they go global. But sadly, there's been massive no's. But I'm absolutely willing and looking for other games from other companies, and I have covered other ones like a game called Battlelands. Did hundreds of videos on Battlelands and that. So yeah, absolutely open to other games.
See.
But also, I still like I do enjoy the Supercell ones, and I'm still going to cover Clash Heroes when it comes out.
Yeah. Did they say when that was going to come, or
no?
Was it just like in the far future?
Something like, because it was April 2021. That's crazy if you think about it. That was a year and a half ago. They announced it, and they already had footage of it a year and a half ago, which is insane. Because it's like they're like leaving that game for so long before they're releasing it. It's not like here it is, in beta. It's like it was already like there was footage of it a year and a half ago, and it's still not released, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, maybe it was just the skeleton that you saw. And
yeah, true.
I guess. Wait, with the Clash Heroes, it's not in beta yet.
No, it's not. It's
no, okay.
Like no one's really heard like what's happening with it for ages. They haven't really done a recent update that I'm aware of. So it's some people think it could just die before it even gets released, which that's a possibility. So go on.
Have you because I know some of these like content creators, like they have like some say direct to the dev team. Have you been in contact with the dev team at all?
The Everdale dev team, no, sadly not. I haven't had any contact with them, but yeah. And even if I had, there's no way that I could stop them from yeah. Even though I'd say, oh, give it another chance, give it. I mean, I've publicly been saying this. Not that they watch your streams. I don't assume they do. But and so is not just me, but huge amounts of the community. Please add this feature. You need more content, or you're going to lose players. They were saying this a year ago, and like then Everdale went went 100 days without any updates, which is like that's just you can't do that. Like you just can't do that. Like so many, especially when you haven't got much existing content in it. Like not enough. So many people quit during that phase of 100 days of no updates. So it's sort of sad. Like you got a new game. Like you gotta pump out those updates. Like one a month or something. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Like 100 days. Like a third of the year. Just a quarter of the year. Like that's crazy long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I did notice that period where it was just like almost radio silence for them. But like I was still like progressing my rally. I was still happy.
Yeah.
So it wasn't an issue there. But yeah, I was kind of expecting, as you said, like a bit more of more frequency.
Yeah.
At least like with other Supercell games, they've got like season passes and like seasons where they reset after like 2 months or every month.
Yeah.
So you kind of know when new stuff is coming. But yeah, there was a point in Everdale it was like, haven't heard from them for a while.
Yeah.
And when they did like release stuff, it was like mostly like cosmetic stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Which was fine, but like it for me, my actual village was kind of like already very compact. So as they were adding more decorations, it did get to a point where I was like, am I gonna fit any more in?
Yeah.
So I think that's also one of the like limitations of their kind of development is that whilst it's like very cosmetic based like gameplay, like you make your village as pretty as possible,
Mm-hmm.
you are going to run out of space at some
Yeah.
point. And what do you do?
Yeah.
I kind of envisioned that they would have like had something where you could save a template and then you could just switch between like different layouts.
Yeah, they used to have
I
that
would
with like
love
Clash
that.
of Clans and that. That was cool. Like you
Did-
had like
did they?
3 bases you could switch between, which was awesome.
Because if they had something like that, then that could have added a bit more like purpose
Yeah.
in the building, rather having a village that had like Christmas, Pride, every like ships. Like my
Yeah.
village was like everything. I had everything in it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Customization of the ships, that would be cool.
you mean like the resource ones?
Yeah.
Oh, as in like change the like the way
Their
they
color
look.
or their boards or their sail or something like that.
Oh yeah. And I suppose like customizing the valley itself, because as it was, it kind of just like, oh, someone joined this valley, they're going to be put in some random location.
Yeah. At the start, that was terrible how they did that. Like you had to be in a valley, and they'd force you in a valley, and then you just get kicked because they didn't want you in that valley, and you didn't even want to be in that valley. It was crazy. Like you couldn't, and they literally in valleys and villages. I kid you not, they had the option you could create a valley. Then when they released valleys and villages, when they released Everdale, they removed the option to create your own valley, and then there was absolute chaos for like 2 or 3 months in that game because people just kept getting flung around and kicked and kicked and kicked and kicked and kicked. It was awful, and then eventually they reintroduced the ability to create a valley, which was absolutely crazy.
Sounds insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they had that issue at the start, didn't they? They chucked you in a valley and then you couldn't leave it, or there was some kind of like nuance to it.
Yeah, at the start, yeah, they just biff you. It was just awful.
But I guess once you did find your valley that you were committed to, after that it was smooth sailing almost.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, because I think like once they sorted that bug out where you can actually leave, I found one where I was like, oh, I like the name of this one, I'll join it, and then I kind of like just invested in that. Well, not invested, but I just stayed in that one, and the leader like left, and then I became the leader, and then yeah, it kind of grew from there. I was just like, oh, I've got my own little valley, and I'm building it from the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it did have its good points.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was potential, but yeah, they obviously didn't see it.
Yeah.
Or wanted to invest that time and money in creating something that might or might not have like got the global numbers they probably wanted.
Yeah. And I guess maybe it's the fact that they want to use their staff that they know are like good staff on new games and that. So even though it would probably be worth it to continue Everdale down the long run, the cost of like the risk of that, even though it could still fail versus trying a new game, maybe they'd just rather flick all their staff onto new games. Yeah, potentially.
That's true. I suppose, yeah, as the Everdale team leave, well, they've stopped now. I suppose they'll flow into either existing ones or probably new projects, right?
Yeah,
Hopefully.
mostly, yeah.
It's good to reminisce.
Yeah.
And actually, like, now that we've kind of talked over it, I've calmed down. I've
Good.
realized that because I mentioned that I was a bit late in doing all my final stuff, and I didn't actually get to transfer my gems or whatever to my existing games, which is a big shame. But I did try to. I am trying to email them direct to say if it's possible, but I have a feeling it's probably not. Because like the only way you could transfer was in game, so I
Yeah.
have a feeling they're like, nope, it's gone.
Yeah.
And I did like put a lot of money into the game just to like prove to them that it's a good game. But oh well, it's gone now. It's gone into the ether. But yeah, it's good to vent that out. Yeah, I guess like for me, I'll just continue with Clash Royale and Brawl Stars and look to the future of their other games that they still have. Well, two that they still have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. I don't know if you were gonna stay on, but it's nice chatting to you.
Likewise. Good, great chatting with you. Thank you for coming on the VC. It was an awesome discussion we had.
No worries. I almost accidentally came in on, but I thought I'll talk to you anyway.
Because had you been on the VC long before I talked?
I'm not sure. I think I joined like maybe half an hour in, maybe.
Really? Because I had my headphones off, so I didn't. Yeah, I didn't notice.
No, I think it was like maybe 2 minutes after I joined the channel. Then I was trying to see like, because I'm actually like looking around in the Everdale channel itself.
Yeah.
I was trying to look for something else, and then I happened to see that you were live, so I clicked on you. And then yeah, I think 2 minutes in, I coughed or something, and you were like, "Hello." Which was a nice surprise, but
I'm glad I noticed you. I'm glad you're a part of it.
cool. Yeah, nice talking to you, and I hope it goes well. So I can't actually see on the app itself, but is it SuperSight that's your channel?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. You'll have a new subscriber.
Oh, thank you.
We'll see how it goes.
Well, I hope the rest of your life goes well if we don't talk again, and thank you for being part of this VC, and yeah, maybe we'll see each other in a future Supercell game where, yeah, we'll see, but yeah, thank you, man, for coming on.
No worries. Alright, have a good one.
Thank you, you too, man.
Bye.
Say catch you. What a nice guy. That was good. That was wholesome. That was, yeah. See, the VC can be a beautiful thing. Like it can be a dog of a thing if you have just like people, especially in a public one where you just have people just coming on just swearing. It's like, oh, but yeah, in that case it was wonderful. So really nice chatting with him. And yeah, this is Yeah, this was all the. It's crazy because they were the games as of then, and then that one was killed and that one's killed. But so not just between 2012, but since Heyday to Brawl Stars, only 2 of them were killed. So the majority of them released after Heyday, all the way up to Brawl Stars, were released. There was just like 2 of them in the middle, and even that there was only a 2-year gap because like 2 good games released then, and there was a 2-year gap, good release. 2 sadly died, but then 2 years after that, another one released, another one released. And then 2 years, and people were like, oh yeah, now it's about time. Nope, oh, that's unlucky, well, surely next one. And then, oh, nope, that didn't work either. Oh, what the heck, we've had 2 in a row, and it's already been 3 years, and, okay, well, the next one. And, oh, no way, that didn't work either, that's unbelievable, it's been 4 years. Then, well, surely this one, I mean, my goodness, it's been, with 3 killed in a row that's never heard of before in Supercell. Well, technically there, but since Heyday, and then this one killed as well, 4 in a row. That's an absolute record. Never had this before. Now it's been at least 4 years since any games, and then this one's still unreleased. As of, oh, did I just put it down as 2021? Well, now it would be 2022. Yeah. Well, I know. Yeah, I know. Oh wait, but was this in 2021? I made this. Oh my goodness, that was a long time ago. That's insane. So, because I might have thought it was been released then. Well, yeah, no, because that was on. Yeah, but it's been almost another whole year since then. It has been another year, just about, and then that one's still unreleased. It's like, my goodness. So yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, some of the cool graphs that I posted in here, and those stats of how many people were from what place and that. But yeah, I've been scrolling through basically the entire server, just about. There's not that much left. Of the, oh wow, there was, oh, the messages. Oh, that was on the day. Wow, because that was, yeah. Yeah, oh, there we go. Man, I was top messenger. Kangaroo Chief. Yochin. I remember Yochin's still here. Kangaroo Chief. It rings a bell, but yeah. Man, and there was so many of the people looking for members. That one went on for so long. That was, I didn't realize how much, like, yeah, it was crazy back in the day. Oh, yeah, that everyone, oh, that was a problem for ages. And 20, wait, see, what's the date for this? Oh, this was not long after it being released, but there'll be a huge amount here for, like, the next... yeah, what's it? The Tech It Realm did some funny videos with that, but yeah. Yeah, so, because I sadly had stopped. Yeah, I sort of wish I continued going, like, I didn't have that break, but... yeah, I don't know. It's sort of crazy, because there was, like, so much of my life, well, like for months of just, like, that's how I'd wake up in the morning, that's how I'd go to bed in the morning. And now that's gone. And now I've got the Rootland one, but I don't know how long that will last. And that's not quite the same because it's sort of like, yeah, you just sort of put them on like 1 to 2 hours maximum of tasks. And you go to bed with the guy, the basket collector guy. I can't even collect anything, although when I get his fishing ability, whoa, man, I was really active in the chat. I mean, I really was, like, just trying to, like, you know, create these servers, you know, facilitate people finding each other's value. Whoa, that was when I stopped. Everdale, man, that's sad. So soon. That was so soon. Whoa, that guy was already 10. That's right. He was like one of the... that was crazy. Yeah, it's like, no... so I'm like, man, how do people get to 16? It's like, dude, people had like level 10 after 2 weeks. Like, that's crazy. And so they only had to get... and there was 15 was the maximum. So they only had to get up like 5 levels in like a year. Or not quite a year. Maybe like in 6 months or something. So they had a hang of a long time to get to level 11, 12, 13. I don't know, but I feel like when I played it lots, but then it feels like I mustn't have played it that much, because yeah, and I will read the chat, like, maybe within the next 15 minutes, I reckon. So many, yeah. It's been a good game. It's been good memories in that, but I can't believe it's yet another one that hits the hay. Yeah, I haven't even covered Bomber Grounds much in that. I mean, I haven't actually had like any. Oh, Wanted. What? Ha! What? That's so funny. I made that. I remember that now. I do remember that. That's so funny. I can't believe I did that. It was because they must have been like a top player or something. Probable nationality, German. Last seen. That's so funny. Maybe they were the top player that then sort of dropped off in that. Oh, no, that was made, yeah, no, the day after. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, that's right. Because, yeah, they were in those top valleys and then they moved. Oh, this was such a cool list. This was such a, like, we did a hang of a good job at collecting that data, man. We did data collection, like, we looked at all the top valleys in that, and then any other ones that were reported in that. We were holding out strong. So, oh, yeah, right. So, in the top few were, that's crazy. Like 30 something. That's so far. How are people still like level 3, and some of them were 30? That's crazy. I thought it was like 6 or something. Grand, yeah, so something, yeah, these were cool graph. Man, yeah, that was such a good time at the start. I wish I'd covered it for a bit longer than 2 weeks in that, but ultimately it's still, things would have eventually died. And mortgage worth. Yeah, the Kais and Waterflame. Oh, all these people. Man, it's almost like I need a database of all the people that I've had like a decent amount to do with in various games like Rush Wars and Everdale and Heyday Pop. Although I didn't stay that long in Heyday Pop, so there's a few people, like, there are a couple of people that I remember from there, but not that many. So 30 years, still this. But yeah, if I had a list of, oh, level 8. I was releasing video, oh no, first live stream. What? First live stream. Oh, on Rumble. I was like, what? That's not right. It's like, it started when it started. So, dollars. Cray Orange, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, and have a list of all the people from all those different ones. And then those other ones like Clash Mini and that. Yeah, Clash Mini and Clash Quest and that. And then, like, people like that I find again, like Itsu and Kai's. Not Itsu. Kai's and Taz and the other people. It's sort of cool. It's sort of cool. All these different games and seeing them again. When I see you again. Yeah, that was back on YouTube. Yeah, so soon I think Restream probably remove. There they go. That, oh, the mega list. That was just so cool how we did those lists. That was just really, really, really awesome having those cool lists at the start and that, and then on the Reddit would check and we got banned off Reddit. Yeah, because we like, I mean, I still felt like I didn't have enough time as it was. Oh, there we go. But we made good use of the time in terms of getting stuff done. Yeah, like we had all these graphs. Like, that's so cool. Few good farmers, man. They were just away. But yeah, Bike Cray got one. Miko got it one. Russian Mafia got one. And yeah, then the top people in the world. Few good farmers. SuperSight. We had one guy on there. I wish I'd played it a bit differently and got a bit higher on that. But then I was always taught on making those graphs is if I just included myself or if I just made them. Oh, that was so cool. I released all that stuff. Or if I just that's funny. Was that me that did that? Oh, no, it was Lynn. There you go. That reaction. Yeah, whether I include me or if I just objectively just did top players and that. I did a YouTube's one. I sort of just ended up, I'm not very good with my Excel charts. Like, as in, I just end up with it everywhere. Oh, there we go. There's the top ones. It's just like, hey, there, guys. One of the top players. One of the top ones to, yeah, first ones to hit the 1,000 mark. Let's go. Let's go. That's crazy. That's cool. But yeah, at that point, it was so volatile that just by the time I'd finished doing it in a few hours, some people had switched. Yeah, that was so cool doing that. Man, I miss that. I miss that a lot. It was fun. Back in the day, it was just so sick and competitive, and yeah, it was awesome. We've gone through so much chat. As soon as we're through the Everdale being released and that, then yeah, then the chat will just be going back so fast. Shish, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I wish I'd like push slightly harder. I wish I'd push slightly harder. It was a shame that it came out like 9 p.m. my time or whatever. Like, if they came out 9 a.m. and I just got up, like, and just had breakfast, I'd be like, okay, we're going for at least 12 hours. You know, and then, I can't remember. I definitely didn't do 12 hours on that first night for Everdale, but yeah. Yeah, then we would have just pushed so hard. Yeah, there we go, which crashed through it, so. There we go. Currently live streaming. Released. Oh, that was number 2. Yeah, so now we just go whoom. Whoa, was that me? That was a hang of a lot of photos. Oh, that was level 11. Oh, I had at for everyone. Yeah, wow. So yeah, this is going back to May, well, when I was doing those streams. Highland Woods game is a little bit different, but really not that much different. March 2021, what? Yeah, I guess, okay, I feel like we're going to have gone through all the chat in the history of the server, of the public channels. That's crazy, and the private ones would be fast as, but I'm not sure them. But yeah, yeah. Oh, Metropolis, and yeah, all those old ones. Oh, when I did one day, that's right, I did one day, and went through just valley after valley after valley, and just, yeah, that was like a full-on day, and it, like, I don't know how long it was, it felt like, yeah, it was like, it might have been like 8 hours, and I just at the end of the day, I'm like, oh, I'm done. But it, like, got so much data on all of these valleys, yeah. I just went through and went like, do. Although the other top ones, but I just joined heap one after the other, after the other, after the other to try and just find data on players. I think it was this one, yeah. Just join, and then just put the leader, put that stuff. Yeah, just joining. Or that's because I think it randomly joined you, I think. Yeah, there we go. Wow. My goodness. Twisty. Hey, Twisty's not a deleted user. Well, there you have it. There's the entire Valleys and Villages server. How long are we behind? Oh, only 3 hours. I know, it feels like it's been a long stream, but then again... But then again... Oh, wow, there's been hardly any chat that whole time. Oh, we're blurred. Does that really matter? Not really. Dun 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 dun. No, that's not. Boom. Jump. No, it's not. It's not focusing. Oh, it almost did. There we go. There. Oh. Who cares? Okay. Oh, thank you, Nav, for coming by the stream. There we go. Where's Lynn? Not here at the moment. Moonlight. Close star. See you later, man. Maintenance over. Imagine if they actually shut down Heyday. Well, yeah, it's like, I don't think so, but also one day, maybe. Like, will it still be here in 20 years? I don't know, I'd almost say probably not. Encoder, hello. Encoder. Enchilada. What happened to the other ones? The other tabs we had up? Probably a lot of 200, I'm not sure. Probably a lot of... Oh, I've got 2 of them. How did that happen? Wasn't very clear, like, when they did it, like, what happened. Like, when they're like, hey, this is, like, you know, what was it, Ossium? What were they? What sort of company was that? Hey, Farmville. Yeah, Heyday is well made game. Combat focused. Yeah, so many good battles. Something pretty common in the mobile space. Cultivated player base. Yeah, because I can say it. Like, you know, there's like, well, yeah, it's almost like the fact that they announced it was gonna die. Like, we just all stopped playing it. It's like we're just playing it because it's a Supercell one. That's like reasonable, but we're like, oh, we're betting on it getting better and going global. But then it sort of messes with their stats. But still, I mean, they're going to have us playing it whether it goes global as well. So if they get amazing stats with Supercell players, then it's like, oh, that looks good. It's pretty common. Supercell. Soft. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, no, but they can just do advertising, and I'm pretty sure they did do advertising. They can easily pay for a heap of advertising. Oh, here we go. They actually did. Yeah, you always people always sus now of new games like Root Lad. Sus. Team of 3 though, that's crazy. Okay, that's that. Okay. Oh, that's not long at all. Okay, this will be interesting then. Well, it would be either way, but then it's not like we have to like commit to like 30 minutes or 20 minutes. It's like, yeah. Just thinking. "15 countries. Wow, I didn't realize it was that many. No stones unturned. Oh, is that why Asian markets and European American? As in they didn't release it in any of them, or the on a European, or they thought that the countries that were there represented it. Very first article on there. Yeah, this is this is like good quality articles. I wish there was like an easier way of like there's this app called Feedy which you can sort of pick some of them, like some of the ones you're interested in, but sort of like there's all sorts of things that sort of happen. It's like, if I'd known I would have done that or gone to that or whatnot. Like the first cruise ship arrived in Littleton like 2 or 3 days ago, Littleton, New Zealand, and so I had no idea that was happening. It's like, that would have been cool to go see, you know, well, like for example the cinema in a cinema owned by a guy for 60 years has just been sold in Sumner. It's like, interesting. Like, but it's sort of like you know, and they had an event for it and that, and I wouldn't have probably gone to that one, but all this sort of stuff happens, and you sort of like always like, and it's like if you're super committed, like yeah, you can like regularly check for news on a given topic, or like regularly searching and that, but it's like you sort of wish you could just say like, okay, if this happens or this person's coming to New Zealand or this person's coming to New Zealand, like you just do a massive list, and it just sort of like an AI just scans constantly for news and just like notifies you and that. Otherwise, all sorts of stuff happens. I'm like, I would have like, but you like what, like you can't really just like put in a query, you know, for like notify me when the first ship arrived and like is gonna arrive in Littleton. Like it can't. I mean, an AI could cleverly detect like words and look for events and all that kind of stuff, but it's not really like a notification, like just a generic like news on Taylor Swift or whatnot. It's like a very specific thing in that. I mean, you could do news on Littleton, but like news on cruise ships, so that'd be useless. So you just get masses of articles about all sorts of cruise ships around the world that I'm not at all interested in. And even Littleton, then I'd have like weeks and months. Like if I'd started this like 3 years ago, I would have had years of just okay, I'm not interested in that thing about Littleton or that thing or whatnot, and there'd be way too much. And then if it's like you have that plus then every other topic you're interested in, then it's like just way too much information to sort of look through. Whereas you can't really specifically just do query, but then you wouldn't know what queries to query and that. Like I sometimes get interesting news things. Like for example, like I just saw it on the like Google News, which if I open the Google app, that they have the what's it called, the sunflower lanyards at Christchurch Airport. She's like, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. They just added them in, and yeah, it's according to the New Zealand stat says that almost 25% of New Zealanders have a disability that is moderate or severe. I won't. That's like so many. That's over 1 million. That's like absolutely massive. Like it's so many. It's like at what point are so many people have a given thing that because then it's like if for example it's then the airport staff will said okay, treat people with a disability with extra care or whatnot. But at what point is it's so many people that's just a policy, just treat people with care. But then if you just tell people that generically, then ultimately it won't then change in them treating people with extra, like there has to sort of be a distinction, and okay, in this case then you treat with extra care sort of thing, otherwise just sort of care, which then you'd hope they just treat people with care in general and that. But if it's just it's sort of like you have to separate and distinguish in order for people to then think, okay, I do this extra thing if this happens or whatnot. Okay. Appointment mechanics over monetization and competition. Over monetization isn't like they didn't really monetize it, or monetization and pressures were limited computer similar game. Well, yeah, but you can't really have a monetization limited game. Well, you can, but then if it kills it, well, it clearly didn't work. As soon as played ended guild. Like Heyday feature, Derby feature on steroids. I mean, I wouldn't say. I guess because then you had. Yeah, I guess because like you're permanently in a derby, ineffective, I don't know. But then you could just say, well, you could just join it and sort of like all that can happen is get kicked out, which is true in Heyday and that. But I mean, even in Heyday, like when I kicked people out and that, it was just same with Ricky and that. It was just drama and that. Well, it sort of came down to like, well, how competitive are you? Yeah, I don't know. Like I was always, and it's sort of like just like thought like and I think in the future when I do it again, when this new game with this clan, I'll just try to be very clear that like hey, this is like we're actually seriously competing a lot. So if you can't spend a lot of time, then please don't join. I mean, you can join, but then don't get offended and all upset when we kick you, sort of thing. Yeah, which it was ready to. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not that bothered by it, but it's clearly a major problem in that which needs to be addressed because yeah, it does bother a lot of people a lot. And I mean, it wouldn't bother like there'd be a level at which would be like, okay, this is, but I don't know. I just never really noticed repetitiveness that badly. I mean, I have autism. I love repetition. So so they were sort of spot on with that. Well, I don't know how, it's hard to tell how spot on, like, because it's pretty generic there. But no, I don't know. I feel like they overall were correct in that. Township. Oh, wow. 14 months. Whoa, Township was barely above that. That's crazy. That's so high. That's like double Heyday. That's crazy. I saw so many ads for that. Oh, so 14 months, and then that was released in like 2017. Yeah, right at the start of 2017, which is basically when I started YouTubing. That's like really high. Yeah, yeah, that's for real. ATT. Oh, what was it? I'm not sure what that stands for. Yeah, I guess I contended to play that game, but I didn't like their ads. So like you could like sort of play them in that, but it just looks so like those games I don't like. What the that goes up for those games. That's real interesting. It keeps going up. That's odd. I would think it doesn't just keep going up. That's crazy. I guess if they're like, oh, this game's sticking around, but then I would think it would sort of just flatten out like way more than just keep going up. This is very. So just capped at like 180 from like what you had like right near the start. I think that the month one would be like the highest. Well, I don't know, maybe not, but I thought there'd be like a heap of whales like me. Well, I don't know, I wouldn't call myself, well, for the like at the start kind of, but yeah. Yeah, I felt, yeah, I mean the game, like, yes, they talk about scalability a lot. I mean, it wasn't really working, and it wasn't balanced for the players that were in there, let alone if you had heaps. And then if they, since it made it based on only 10 per valley and all the tasks based on that amount, then they have to change everything if they upped it from 10. But although it'd be easy to sort of control people if it's like 50 in a valley, like it's like okay. Whereas if there's like just tiny amounts, just minor changes really affect it. 5 times. Wow. 10 times. That's mad. That's like, no, it's like, yeah. Less aggressive. Yeah, like, immensely so. Like, it was hardly anything. When that wasn't, they already had that capacity. Like, because they're assuming that the writers of the article hadn't played Valleys and Villages at the time when you could create a clan, so they didn't know that. So, because that's like adding that in, they could just instantly do that. They'd already programmed that. Yeah. Yeah, they did like they just barely changed it. It was like hardly anything. I don't know what I don't even know what they're doing. I honestly don't know what they were doing. Like they just did nothing in like 2 years. Like yeah, they had the odd, like oh here's a few. It was like that's at the minimum base requirement expectation. Like and they just only did that like occasionally. So it's like yeah, it's like they just hardly did anything. I don't know how they could expect that it would change. Like yeah. I don't even know why they even released it as beta under Supercell when it was so broken under the original one. Yeah, it's like, will they regret it? Like, having released it and spent like a year on it? Well, I mean, I feel like they didn't even spend much time on it. Like, they probably had the MPs and the employees just working on other games. I don't know. It just seemed like so little came out of that time. That whole year. Many fans disappointed. Tell me about it. Contrasts. It is. There definitely was like a. There was. I'm sure there'd be some people that said about Clash Quest, but it's sort of like, yeah, that game wasn't really working. And that this one, I don't know. It was like it was working, but they need to like add heaps to make it good, which they didn't. Like to make it like really lasting, but yeah. Check Reddit and see, yeah. So there was, yeah. That's good on like these people are quite articulative, no, quite observant as to many of these factors. More transparency. Yeah, I think with the Everdale it was like money, and the fact that people quit, which was because they didn't update it. Very social game. Yeah, Clash Quest. Yeah, I mean, but you know, yeah. I mean, well, no, because you had a lot more interaction. But Clash Quest, like, if you have a chat, then that makes it social. Yeah. Some of its players. Must have done many things right. I mean, yeah, it's sort of like it sort of had done enough right in its original form 2 years ago that it was like, yeah, this is a good game. I could do this, but then it was like, and now please add stuff for the next 2 years. That would be so sad, yeah. If the that's crazy. Is that like $2? Oh, that's like $3. Wow, that's crazy. No way, Township has made more. No way. Well, those two are so close. I thought Heyday was way ahead. That was like way ahead. That was released a year after, and it's sort of like, how, like, if that hadn't existed, would like all of that, almost all of that, gone to that? Like, that's sort of crazy that it just sort of worked out. It's like, well, why not create like a, you know, Heyday Township, Bobville, and just have like a two again. Yeah, it's like they just implement a heap of the features into Heyday. I mean, but then it's sort of just like metric things. It's not like mini games. Like you can't just add Carolina into Heyday. I mean, you could as a character for like a task, but as a not like a. You can't just have like a. You do these boat order. Oh, you actually do have the boat order thing. Yeah, I mean, because that's almost like that was just one minor thing of Heyday that was there since basically the start of the game. Just like you can do boat orders and all the truck orders in that, and then there's like everything else. And it's sort of like yeah, because if you think about it, like Rootland is so basic. Like it just is collect a few resources with like a couple characters and then just trade them in for money, and then just sort of upgrade. It's sort of like that's so basic. I mean, Heyday's got this board that you just do orders. Well, I actually don't normally do them myself, but yeah, you do because I don't like the XP. Well, anyway, I haven't played Heyday in so long, I don't really know anymore. But yeah, it's sort of like so basic, but. Oh, that will be interesting. Let's do that one as well. Yeah, it's so basic. Like they need way more, but yeah. So they did. I feel like yeah, got more updates in Everdale. I feel. So I understand that. Yeah, an excellent. Because yeah, what did it like? Well, I didn't play it, but it did feel like it's sort of a chore. And I wasn't really, because like, yeah, it's like, like you could think ages about every move in that, but it's like, I just sort of want to upgrade my troops, so it's just like tap, 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 and I won't get quite as much, but then I can just have this done in like 15 minutes versus like spend twice as long to like maximize, yeah. Oh, there's the old games. Oh, all three of them. Whoa, then it's like they look so similar when you like look at it's like, yeah, they're all like these square things and yeah, squares, I mean pixels, every game ever. On me. I feel like the killing of Clash. I mean, I still feel like they could have added like the PvP and a whole heap of stuff, just like they could have done stuff with Everdale. But I definitely feel like Everdale was way more like it could have done it than Clash Quest. But I don't know, it depends what the goal was, because there would be loyal Clash Quest players. Blast based. They just know all the games, so they can just say it's like this one. I mean, I guess if you knew all the top, like, I mean, if your job was to like analyze games, then it'd be easy to sort of go through and play all those top few. Like that would be just like you just do that not too difficultly. Bonus damage. Yeah, the bolt is actually kind of helpful because you can semi-skim read the points because like, well, yeah, I know what that is and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was so annoying. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think they're right because like you'd start a round, and you'd be like, well, I could lose this solely because of bad luck. Because like, yeah, if it's a bad setup, then it just can't. Whereas if you start with a brewing setup, it's like, oh, I won it, not because I played it any better, just because I had a better setup, and then it'd just be frustrating. Yeah, yeah. Unique heroes. Yeah, that's a good statement. Too casual, mid-core. I feel like, yeah, it's sort of, I don't know, it felt casual, but at the same time, it felt like it just felt like a chore to me. Yeah, it's weird because yeah, I can understand that, but at the same time, it's just like, well, yeah, most normal games. I mean, you wouldn't want to play World of Tanks really on a bus, but you could. Well, I mean, you need the internet, which would be hard to get, but yeah. Yeah, then if you have to get the bus stop, you're like, come on, quickly, boom, 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 boom. Um, Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, I felt like it was most like Halo Pop. Oh, that's an interesting graph. Oh yeah, Pies and Love. It's obviously done well enough to make it on there. And Toon Blast. Remember that one? That one's advertised all the time. I don't like that ads. No, that one. No, that one. Oh, yeah, like so many stats for... I know that icon. Don't know those three. Yeah, I mean, Supercell's been really failing on this puzzle games. Like, they failed with Heyday Pop and with this one. It's hard to sort of make it, like, separate it from those other games. And they tried and still didn't work out. But it's not by Supercell, so it's okay. Oh, that's quite low. Oh, yeah, it is very similar to that one. Oh, so it sort of grows. I don't know how they can, like, 12 months and they're still growing in revenue every month. Like, revenue per download. Oh, I mean, maybe they just get heaps of downloads at the start that die off, and then it's like there's less downloads then. Yeah, that could be it. Because, like, how do they just keep getting more every single month after month after month? Surely they don't make $10. Surely not. That'd be insane. Per download. You'd make so much money. But advertised ones wouldn't last as long. IP, intellectual property, or no? Or the puzzle game. Yeah. Well, I mean, for real, like, and I played it, and iPsycho, who's like a real psycho player, he's a real good player. And yeah, there's sort of a lot of whole heap of the people that would like push Rush Wars and that sort of thing that were playing it, and then yeah, they're like, yeah, not really my game. Yes. Yeah, I was part of that for a little while, but yeah. Roars. It's crazy, yeah, seeing it analyzed, it's like, oh, interesting. Like, it's sort of just like, yeah. So like, oh, all the games die, and it's like, no, there's a better approach of, no, actually, this is what they're doing with the game, and this is why. UI user United Arab Emirates. They had the boat where you could just tap and get your gold. Slightly less, but yeah. But then it's like, then what do you do? It's like, I'm always like waiting till I max out my account, then I'll just go through and complete the... I mean, that's all it was, though. It was just like a single player game, basically. Just complete the thing and then you're done with the game. Like, you can complete on that other thing, but that was hard. Yeah. Which, I mean, it's still worth competing on. I don't know why, like, they messed this up with Everdale and this game, because, like, Supercell's already programmed clans and knows how they work and has all the data on them from all the other games. So I don't know why they then make them so basic and primitive, and as this company that knows a lot about it, problematic. Like, I don't know why they don't, like, okay, no, we're going to add trading and we're going to add this in, and it's like, yeah, I mean, oh, you know, in Everdale they eventually added that you could gift stuff, which was nice. That was a cool touch. And Everdale had sort of made a bit more progress than Clash Quest for sure. But even then, they could have added trading and stuff with the Everdale. I don't know why they didn't. They got the key updates. I remember I did that graph with the cool ones coming to Everdale on my favourite things. And that tree plant was one of my favourite things. Yeah, the progress reset was insane. Yeah, like that's so insane to do that, and it didn't last long at all. Like I was like, oh, new game, maybe I'll commit to sort of playing it and getting it up again. But it's sort of, but yeah, it didn't last long at all before they then killed it. Not long after that. It's weird thinking like Supercell would be thinking through all this stuff, whereas as players, like we just think like, why haven't they added like a 12th villager yet, you know? And then like Supercell's like, you're just like, yeah, why can't I color my thing brown? Side quests. It's sort of basically kind of, well, not really, but kind of saying like, if a game's just like stuffed on arrival, like you're not gonna. It'll take so many things to get right by the time it goes global, and Supercell's not gonna have time to fix everything before they're just like, nah, forget it. Yeah, because that would be like the Clash of War. No, not Clash of the one Phase Cast plays. Art of War, and then it would be like, oh, okay. But then maybe would make it too easy. I don't know. Because Art of War, that was a good game. That was a good game. I honestly feel like Supercell would read this article, this site, because it's really actually really like, yeah, it's more than just like, oh, this is interesting for a player. It's like Supercell themselves would be like, yeah, nah, they've got a good point about that. Royal match. They've advertised so heavily. Yeah, so many games over time that I could have covered in that, which, yeah, used to do game review. I stopped and started it. Humane. They used to have the bottle. The bottle! Remember the bottle in Halo Pop? That was sick. Yeah, they're just like, yeah, it's nice, but don't mention that it's that. But at the same time, it is nice that you can do that. I remember when Rush Wars, they said that. I'm like, yo, because I didn't expect that. So that was nice. Yeah, interesting. I like it. I do like it. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting stuff. You know, I had read this before. I remember his, yeah, so I already remembered it, and then I was like, read it, yeah. Yeah, so they were saying that. Because when was this? Oh, no, okay, so that was only a few months in. Even though it was only 10 months ago. But yeah. Yeah, all the devs responding to all this stuff. It's crazy, like, I mean, it feels like it wasn't that long before they killed it that they were saying all this. Like, it was October, and so it's like, it was a lot of months. It was a lot of months. But then if they had a 24-hour time zone thing, countdown. Because, yeah, they got the queuing in the other game, Rootland. Yeah, they ended up changing that. Oh, right. Yeah, they already changed it, like, yeah, so many times it felt like, even it might have only been like 2 or 3 times throughout the whole game's lifetime, but it still felt like a lot. Like when you're like, this is it, and it's like, oh, whoa, they've just changed it. Oh my goodness, this is massive and that. And then like, and then you're like, okay, fine, I'll settle with this and that. And then like a few months later, oh, they changed it again. No, they just keep changing it. Like this is insane. Because it's, yeah. I think that answered it. Yeah, it's sort of like, I hope to add, it's like, and then it's like, well, it's all dead, so yeah. Yeah, it has been kind of confusing. Yeah, they'd have to think about the answers a lot and how it would mess stuff up. It's not easy to see. It's like not an obvious place. Nick answered that one. Like, well, it's just like Stefan, Stefu. It's like Nick. It's crazy, like just something so simple like that. It's like this stuff. Yes. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Because you could have it either like it's just the same for everyone in the game, or based on their own country. Even if it was just your themes, like yeah, if it was just like for like a few, like a month or something. Or yeah, themes. Like Heyday had cool themes, and Nick would know all about that. Yeah, it would be so complex, like working on a game, but once you got the hang of it. Yeah, they just didn't really. Because yeah, they could always just do update here, update. I guess if they're sort of like changing the code here and there, they'd be like, oh, okay, we actually have to finish this. Yeah, they'd have to be very careful what they did. Yeah, this was same with the No, no, don't use that on this comment. Man, yeah, because I feel like, yeah, this was ages ago, but at the same time, it's like, oh, it's only 10 months ago. And I haven't, like, checked for ages, but it's like, no, that was, like, yeah, not long after, and now it's gone. Yeah, it's like Heyday, they couldn't, but yeah. Yeah, this response. We want to allow as many players as possible to be able to play Everdale and that. Literally next update, you know, not only players with supporting lots of memory. Literally, like the next update or 2 updates after that, they literally removed heaps of people from being able to play the game and making it a high iOS requirement. After they literally just said that, that's like, yeah. Maybe I got so wound up about that. That's where I stopped. I mean, I guess if the artists sort of ran out of stuff to do with new stuff, then they could just figure out stuff like that. I like different questions. Yeah. Yeah. '20th. Oh, there we go. So they talked about it. That was balancing as decos. The top one was improvements. Okay. We actually are going through it. I'm just not reading them all out, otherwise it gets so drained. Yeah. And I think they changed it. Yeah, I'm not sure how much fixed it. Oh, it's sad that Everdale's gone. There were so many nice people there. It was a good game. I really enjoyed it. And it's gone now. Yeah, I haven't done Bomber Ground stream in a while. I will be doing another one of them at some point. There's a lot of things I intend to do. 10, yeah. But they never fixed the balance issues. They never fixed the balance issues. That's, I feel like they're either like working. We've been working a while on like for most things, or like we haven't started doing. It's like, I don't know. It's like, can you just do stuff? Like, do it. It's just weird reading this all back knowing the game's dead. So, in a sense, like, is it worth it then? But I think one final look at some of their things. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I'd looked at that thing that I really wanted to look at last time. Like, oh, I'll do it next stream. Yeah, more and more amongst products, yeah. But at the start, still pain. Three or 4 minutes. I feel like it takes me more than 3. Oh no, it doesn't take. I don't know. It doesn't take that long. Kangaroo Chief. Hey, they were active on the the server. The server I created. The original Valleys and Villages one. Yes. Yeah, this, I mean, they were saying this as of like December, which was like, since so the game comes out in like August, and then like 3 months, saying, okay, 3 months in, we really haven't had any content. And it's like, this was 3 months in, and then like, how much of that, well, in the last 100 days, they've released zero, nothing. And when does that date back to? Was it like June they last released an update? So they announced it early as August, so, oh, working backwards, October, August, September, October. July, August. Yeah, so it was like July they last updated it, and as of December they hadn't really added anything, and then from July they added nothing, and then in that period they only had like 1 or 2 substantial updates. So maybe 2 substantial updates, but yeah, it was very, very this yeah. Basically, and this was like right like within 3 months of the game starting. Pets. That's really not what this person was asking about. They wouldn't have any dates to announce, yeah. It'll be interesting with Clash Mini. If that game dies, it's like, what? 5 years of just death with Supercell games. Looking forward to... I can't believe it's November now. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. That's actual insane. I can't believe we're in November. I feel like the next few months of my life will go very fast. That's like almost the end of the year. So it's like there's only 2 months left for Clash Heroes to be released. And also the Shipyard game I'm looking forward to. The feature, it doesn't feel right. 2 of them answered with this one. And this was another content one. Oh, and that was respond to that, and then yeah. I just am just dumbfounded that like nothing was, so little was added. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I mean, this is, yeah, it's sort of like, yeah, it's like, if you don't want to be sad, don't play these games. But then in life, in all areas, there's sadness here and sadness there. Yeah. Oh, true. I was thinking that then as in then people just gone two valleys. I mean, it already is that, just inherently how it is. Like, there's not enough coins, so it doesn't make sense to have too many players. But also, you can't have not enough. So yeah, it already has just, yeah, and creates incentives. So I sort of, in some ways, I get it. Yeah, you don't want to incentivize kicking players, but also you can't claim that you haven't already and created incentives just on how it's currently built. I feel like I already read that before. But yeah, so they wanted 7 to 10, but 10 with active play, like 10, yeah, like 10, 8, 9, 10, potentially 7, 8, 9, 10. It was just gold shortages. I feel like this is the, yeah, maybe I have read these. Probably because people could just cut heaps of them down. 2020 roadmap. They did it with Battlelands, but then they didn't really add. It was pretty. Battlelands is pretty pathetic. It was just like adding new stuff was just like a permanent thing, and then there's like barely anything that was actually confirmed that they were adding. They always use it. I really don't like how they do it. They do it in Hate It as well. It's like, oh, people will be confused. It's like, well, if people are going to be stupid, people are going to be stupid at that. Like, just because you say, hey, this here is what we're thinking, it may or may not happen, would like it to happen, but if there's hiccups, it won't happen. It's just like, I feel like it's like insulting. Like, it's saying people are dumb and people are stupid. Like that everyone is. Well, I don't know. Like it's literally like if people get confused, it's like, well, they can get confused. Like it's not confusing if it's I don't think it would be confusing. I just feel like they're just saying, well, we're just gonna assume you're all stupid or you're all stupid as the excuse, like all, rather than just saying like obviously in anything you ever explain, there's always going to be one or two people that don't get it. But if you said like, hey, this is what we intend to release in that, not a guarantee in that, we hope to do this is the timeline we hope to get it by, then and then it's like, okay, cool, I'm happy with that, I'm fine with that, and if you have a plan for something and it doesn't work out in that. But I feel like they're just always like, oh no, it'd be confusing in that. It's just, I feel like it's just such an insulting thing. It's such a pathetic excuse that they just use all the time. Of oh no, we can't tell you this, we can't show you this, we can't talk about this because you'll be too confused. It's like, really? Okay, there we go. So, and possibly unwanted grief. You know what else causes unwanted grief? When you say, like, literally, like, just a little bit higher, like, earlier here, that, oh, we want to have as many people as possible be able to play, hey, Everdale, not only the play, and then, like, the next update, or 2 updates later, you're like, oh, by the way, all of you players that have, like, a older device, you can't play anymore. It's like, that's what causes unwanted grief, when you literally say one thing, like, oh, no, we want to make it as many people as possible, and then you just do an update, which makes that not possible for, it just absolutely is not, you can't have as many people play as possible, when you literally just say that everyone on that certain device can't play. And then you're saying, oh no, well, we can't tell you what we might be adding in the future because you'd be confused and there would be unwanted grief perhaps. It's like, dude, come on, like that's just, I don't buy that. I just think that's just insulting and pathetic. Don't share such, we go, boom. Like, I mean, there's always going to be people that are going to be emotional with things they say might happen and don't happen and all that, but like to just then say, oh, well, confusion, unwanted grief, when it's like that's already what they already do that, and it's. You know what else causes unwanted grief? Killing the game. Okay, anyway, but especially the other thing where they said that they were wanting as many people as possible to play, and then change it so then not as many people as possible can play. And so it was all like, so like, this is what we do, so optimistic, and I like that idea, it's cool, and and it's like, almost none of this was implemented. Some of them were, absolutely, but a lot of this wasn't implemented, and now the game's killed. And so it's like, And if you looked at that graph, you saw that, like, it stagnated ages ago. Although then they were trying to, but were they? They would barely tried anything, but they would have tried. They did the odd update, but not then substantially impacted the income, or likely necessarily would have. Can't promise any of this. Rep reset. Someday. Not anymore. Very long Q&A in that, which is interesting. I guess some people just read their own one, but it's like, no, it's real interesting seeing the whole lot. So I could have done this as a video, but they never did a video saying goodbye. When are they going to do that with Clash Quest? I mean, you could always do those tasks and that plus the auto, but yeah, auto was very slow. Although I still got too many, more than I needed. That's because it's sort of saving them for more optimal times. For example, iron, smile. That's so funny because it actually was added. It's like, whoa, the chances they asked about that. But there might have been heaps saying, for example, this, and he picked that one. Be sort of complicated to implement. After a year. I feel like SuperSight wouldn't do something that goes like that long. It would be cool though. It's weird, like, just everything that happens in life is just like, yeah, and then just like, here I'm streaming this. Like, just so much always happening in life. So much. Vegan dinner. Brazil election. Midterms coming up. Paul Pelosi. Just so much, just, it's crazy. I drove somewhere today to go to somewhere, but then the event unfortunately wasn't on. Well, I couldn't find them. Peaceful. It's like it's like ultimate, like it's like, okay, you have to speak the language of what they want. So it's like, I want competition. Oh yeah, but we can do it like a peaceful way competition, just to. I love it. Yeah, it's just like you just put like two really optimistic for it, and then it's just like, and then there's this guy who's like, but obviously, you know, like some people are asking for larger valleys, yeah, that's not even competitive. Larger valleys versus valley competitions, but obviously they're both lead away from the more let's build a community together idea for the game and really encourage that pay to win mentality that nobody wants. It's like, yeah, I strongly disagree with that. Like isn't even without the competition, people still will pay to advance. So that doesn't do it. And then again, it comes back to like larger value. Let's not even let's build a community together. It's like larger valley does not mean you don't build it. So okay, so they increase it to 15. Is that just ruined? Let's build a community together. I don't think so. And if let's build a community together equals smaller, well, why not just have one? Like, well, one's not a community. Why not have two people? You know, surely like the bigger the better. Not always, but like, you know, it's like it's not. It's like the smaller. Like, okay, then yeah, it's just equating larger valleys. So if you want more than you want 11 people in the valley, you don't want a community that's together. It's like, of course not. It's ridiculous. And then valley competitions, well, yeah, encourage play to win. Play to win, like Candy Crush. Like people pay on Candy Crush, and I'm pretty sure that's just a single player game. Maybe not anymore. I think it used to be, but I assume it probably still is. But yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah. You know, I'm not against like different things like this. Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be explicit competition. But yeah. I mean, it doesn't even matter because it didn't even happen, but yeah. That's crazy, yeah, like technical and this, that, and how all these different things makes it not work. Being open for exploits. That'd be insanely interesting to hear about those 3 ways and the problems they faced. Because, like, well, what, like, was one of them what Heyday does? And if so, then, if a Heyday thing, if you don't think it works, then surely then remove it from Heyday. Like, what's wrong with the Heyday thing that you can just sell stuff in that? I mean, it is slightly different eco in this game, but yeah. There we go, asymmetry and resources. There, yeah, which is very interesting because that's what the other people were saying. That other article. Want the same things and have... Yeah, I mean, even in Heyday, that was still a thing, but that was because of the price caps. If you didn't have the price caps, then market equilibrium would be achieved. Isn't a good foundation to trade? I mean, even in Heyday, people always want the BIMs and SIMs, but it's taken as given that you don't give a piece of wheat or a strawberry for a plank. Yeah, people just sort of like, haha, good try, if you offer that. Strong as it could be. Interesting. So that specialization very much hits. That comment, his reply there is very much hitting on what that other group said. Pasta. Also, he likes pasta. Seasonal. Yeah, I do love the classic. Yeah, like the Christmas theme in Heyday and that. It's good. And then all the and you open up the gift each time leading up to Christmas. That's cool. I just say holiday season. It's like, no, it's Christmas. It's Christmas. It's yeah. It's yeah. That would have been cool having them as the themes in it. Oh, here's another one. Mobile. On phones. Wait, what? It wasn't landscape on that? That's weird. Yeah, that was different for them. Yeah, and they were saying this in December, let alone, yeah, the influx of players just hugely died out. Yeah, there was, I mean, all this stuff all added up, and just like bugs, not being able to complete events, it's just all eventually, slowly, the game just died. Oh, interesting. That was the main reason we didn't have players. But still, yeah, they're right. Yeah, definitely. It's still better that people have the freedom. It's, yeah, just having them just swarming around just broke the game for both because you get chucked in ones and then just keep getting kicked out, and then yeah, it was not great. Yeah, true. But it's because there wasn't a steady flow of new people into the game. I think was a big problem. If there's heaps of new people joining, it wouldn't matter if old people quit. Yeah, he's sort of saying like, well, why don't you join another Valley then? Yeah, and then the progress can't transfer over. The same, I mean, even Clash of Clans. I remember there was talks. I was a leader in Clash of Clans. There was always talks about merging, but it was always neither side ever wanted to be the one. Even though you were offered co-leader in the other one, no one ever wanted to be the one that said, "Okay, we'll move over to theirs." It was just, "Nah, you come to us, and then we'll give you co-leader in that." And also, then some people got kicked because both had over 25 each. But ultimately, matchmaking wouldn't work if there's not enough people. You just need more people. Oh, was because they're still doing that. Because I remember they were doing that. Yeah. And hence it made sense that hardcore players stuck together and casual players stuck together. I mean, based on how Everdale was. Because you could have said, oh, in some games, then like hardcore players can get the resources and the casual ones sort of just there but don't like. But yeah. Yeah, that'd be weird if they merged. Yeah, the emotional. It's interesting how they've mentioned like emotional and grief and attachment and different words that I haven't really seen in Supercell's ones before. Attachment. Just a side note, this is one reason we never likely add more village slots to existing valleys. But instead, but you think after what they've just said, you think that then that point totally counters what they've just said. Pets. Clashwood style, let's go. Man, he was in way back in December, he was asking questions. Yeah, people all around the world. People do. Justin Bieber song. I like some of his songs. Apricot season, hopefully. Soon, starting. I've got it on the calendar that starts today. Doesn't necessarily, it might be like December, but yeah. I like apricots, I like dried apricots. $14, okay, about this heyday size. Ah, right, so not people talking. Maybe talking, maybe those people. There you go. Oh, yeah, no, it keeps going. Oh, not that much more. When how? Oh yeah, the 31st of October 2022, and your reward. Ah no, actually, it's killing the game. There's so much stuff, man. This would have taken a while for them to decide which ones to answer, and I mean, I feel like there wouldn't have been that many. Like, I don't know, maybe they answered 50% of them, or maybe just 10%. A lot of them would be similar questions. I like the thing in the Discord service where you can do the upvote or the downvote. I think a bot must make it that that's the case. Yeah, mod just goes through and adds it on for every single one. Future, they're always future. It's crazy. I went to Finland. I can't get over that. It's just so weird. And it's like, because I'm like so, like, it feels like intrinsically connected to like all this stuff, like the devs of SuperSight. You know, I met Nick himself, and I met other people on the team. Like I was part of it. I was part of the journey. I was there, and so it's like crazy. But then, yeah, now I'm not part of Supercell. I mean, I play the games, but yeah, no longer have communication with them, unfortunately. And I remember there was a big thing. I remember it was a big thing. Wasn't it on like the Nintendo DS or something? Like, I don't think it's like games that if they come mobile, then it'll be like sure, but if they're not, yeah. Tev build. Nah, he's gonna say no. Good way to propose it there. Used to be like a glitch with that thing, but it doesn't matter because it's gone. Yeah, I remember covering. Yeah, making the cake. That was fun. Technical. Well, it's talking about the gaming timing out, not that it like it automatically locks. Anyway, there we go. That's, I think that's the yeah. That's wow. That was quite long actually. Yeah, I don't know where that other stuff. Wow, it's already like 2. Yeah, I'd like to make that heyday cake again. Boom. Hey, Lynn, welcome to the stream. Suzzy boy, hello. Not available in... Yeah, most of them aren't, except the existing... All but no, only the existing ones are. Okay. Sort of like that was the main thing I wanted to get through. I don't really feel like there's much more to showcase. I will do a little bit of this game. which I think is okay to do in one of these streams. So, boom, boom. Not for ages, but we will. Everdale. Sadly, it's got the notification. Connect with server. Yeah, but before it was saying maintenance, now it's Rutland. Okay, there we go. Because we actually have to get the final character, which I wanted to get, but it will be easier to just do it in this stream rather than the next one. So to do the Rutland stream, we'll just do it now. Oh, there we go. All there. Oh, that's not maxed. That's good. Okay. Oh, the new event has started. Oh, James, he's gonna get that one. Oh, here we go. French music, that's hard. Oh, these are just my characters. Is that what? So was it feed them? I'll harvest anything. Okay. And these are the members now. So this just kicked a couple yesterday. Oh, we need fish. Really bad. I'm gonna have to sell stuff. Annoyingly. Oh, there we go. Some grapes. This is a new game, a little bit like Everdale, but also not Everdale. Oh, how do we get that many fish? Anyway, we'll get some shrooms. I think James is probably going to get it this time. Oh, it's only a 400 reward. That's nothing. One time it was over $1,000, which was huge. Well, way bigger than 400. Oh, there they all go. Boom. Is everything maxed? Yeah, that's such a waste. I've tapped the gym so many times. It's really annoying. I can't see your chat on the main screen, unfortunately, so I only respond to it sometimes. Oh man, it's still. Try to do the ones that then are most likely to want to do again. Like the grapes one, because I always have lots of grapes. Yes, frees up resources. Because you don't want it maxing it. Yeah, I thought I had Phoenix. You don't want it hitting the cap and having to sell stuff, because then often I find those resources I later run out of. It's just like, no. But yeah, if any of you are on the stream and play this game and want to join, now's your chance. What? Oh, it's their breakfast. Greetings, hello. Oh, that's familiar. There we go. Be right, hokey doke. I don't even know if it's possible to win at that point. To get the thing, it's only 400 coins, so it really doesn't matter. Oh, almost maxed again. 2 minutes to get the carrots, and that'll reduce 20 more free space. Anyway, we are going to get the new hero, Sophie, which is going to automatically collect grass, and I wanted to know how that works, so it's going to be good. Welcome back, Lynn. So that's real cool. We could have got a wee while ago, which would be nice, but we'll get it now. And yeah. Oh, we can already upgrade it. Oh, +2. Oh, interesting. Oh, and then what's the next one she gets as well? Oh, that stuff. No. That's insane.
Hey.
15 minutes to get all the grass. No way. That's crazy. Can she have heroes with her? Oh, no, she can't. Otherwise, that'd be insane. But what we do want to get is this bridge, which we completed the other day. So we probably bet James to 8. I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll get it now. I've had it, and I wanted to just unlock it while in this one. Did I unlock that one last time? Probably got a photo. Here we go. Because I'm max 7 now. There we go. So then there's that one. How much is... Haven't reached the bridge yet. We can get her to... how much were those we're going to need? 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, it is defallen. It is. You can't play it anymore. It's been removed. Oh, that was nice. Does that have mushrooms? Yeah. And a photo of mushrooms. Haven't seen no mushrooms. You're better doing tasks than selling them, even though it's better to like doing those big tasks. Oh, how long till... What? Oh, we have to go get that. So then it counts as having unlocked 8. That's the team I currently have. This guy. This guy. The infrastructure requires 8. I thought I'd just like constantly go around getting everything, but that's still cool. Well, 13 minutes. Wait, what? Oh no, that's her. You could swap between them, but... Oh, there we go. And then we'll be able to see how much the 8 stuff costs. Whoa, we still have 20,000 coins. Awesome. Because, yeah, once you sort of get stuff, then it sort of is... Yeah, once you've got, like... It's... Yeah, you start getting heaps of coins. You're like, oh, coins actually that kind of easy to get. And, yeah, you can easily get 70,000 and unlock lots of stuff. Remove? Oh, 2 minutes. 16 atom... Oh, really? I thought it was 15. Anyway, we have just enough. Well, we have all of them. Yeah, imagine if it was like you had to buy one. That would just wreck the game. And then that... Oh, yeah. Almost. Then we'll be able to see the price of stuff and... Slowly. Yeah, you realize like how little gold is. Like 10,000 is like, oh. That. Doesn't actually take that long to make 10,000. But you need 400 gold. Which is like, yeah, it's like $8. Which, yeah, isn't that much considering it do it then. Oh, there they all go. That's kind of cool. Reminds me of the iCarly episode. iCarly? I think so. Oh no, Victorious. Dan Snyder, director of the feet episode with the fish, and there'd be like something, and then all the fish would just eat all the dead skin off your feet, and that reminds me of that. Like all the animals just go like on this like thorn thing. It's like what the heck? But yeah. So there we go. We'll be 8, which is awesome, and hopefully, so we're maxed 7, and then how long we got? So we've got 12 days. So. I don't think I'll be able to max out in 12 days. I might, though, which would be cool if we can get to maxed 8 in 12 days. And then we'll be moving on to 9. So then by the time the route pass ends, it'll be like, wow, 9. And by 9, you've sort of unlocked everything, as I've been saying. So, unlock June. Level 1 worker. Seeker. They're called Seekers. Oh, she's called Seeker. Oh, because they go out, right. So by level 9, we will have unlocked a significant amount of... And yeah, we'll unlock this thing, and yeah, get a lot of stuff. Hey, yo! Thank you, Lynn, and yes, rest in peace, Everdale. Rest in peace, Everdale. A wonderful, wonderful game that has been a lot of fun. And yeah, we've been playing, we've been covering, we've been a community for over a year now. Over a year with Everdale. And yeah, about 2 years if you include Valleys and Villages. But thank you very much, Lynn, for that super chat. That's very, very kind. Thank you very much, Orange super chat. So thank you so much for that. Very much appreciated. Thank you. 19.99. 19.99. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for being part of the stream. And yeah, it's Everdale. I like a default say like it had a good run, but I don't believe it did have a good run. Like I mean, like it's more that's why I'd say like we had a good time. We had a good time with Everdale. Like it was good fun playing it, and that it was just a real shame it didn't get many updates. But yeah. Oop. Lynn super chat. Oh. Lynn super chat capture.png already exists. No, I won't replace it. I will go Everdale. There we go. It had a very struggling run, yeah. But despite it was like, yeah, it was a fun game. It had a lot of potential. A lot of people loved it, but yeah, it didn't have that global level. So thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn, for that. Rest in peace, Everdale. Indeed. Yeah, it was a good game. Let's restore the island. The cool sound effects. It's annoying when you're trying to... Oh, there's a rainbow! Let's go. It's annoying when you're trying to capture it for the stream, because then it's like real inefficient in the like days or hours that you haven't... Oh, wow! Oh, it actually shows you what you get. We got the musk ox! Carrying everything on his back. How much are these? Oh, they start costing a lot. Though I could, wow, 10,000. I could like get that right now. Well, that, yeah, that's quite good. Or this guy, which is another good guy. Oh, the musk ox! Carrying the weight of all the pay-to-win players on his back. I never played the game, but very sad, I agree. Now, root for root. Yes. I'll play it at least till this thing expires, probably longer. Oh, there we go. How much? Oh, that cost 20,000. How much does this thing cost? 25,000 and it takes a day? Okay, this is going to actually take quite a while to get everything. That's a long time. How long this thing 45,000. Okay, no, we're not getting that's like super increase in terms of cost of gold. We're not going to be getting how much these things will cost. 10 grand. Okay, that's gonna. It's like not horrific, but it's definitely gonna be like a solid effort to complete it. So yeah, it's 12 days. Yeah, it's not gonna get there in 12 days, I don't think. And then this thing, 30,000. Yeah, it's like wow. That's like yeah, and then that takes a day. Building this thing takes a day. It's yeah, but yeah, as soon as we've unlocked those things, and just her to go. And other than that, we will have unlocked all the free to play garden stuff, all the free to play characters, and I think about half. 1, 2, 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 1, 2, 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9, 18 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no, actually, okay, that's a wee bit more. So yeah, but we will have unlocked about half of the animals, and yeah, all of the garden things, and all of the free-to-play characters except one more, which will be at the 9 thing. And we'll get this, which 800 is a dog of a storage, so that's probably that will be the first thing I say about $45,000 storage, which will be epic. And then yeah, we'll just do the upgrades, and so then we'll have a maxed island level 8 before they do the next big update, and then I'll have a decent idea of how the game works. But yeah, I feel like it is still pretty repetitive. Okay, so then we'll have the wheat. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Lynn. 5 minutes like that. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, there's one. Oh, there we go. There's that guy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. There's 2 of those. 1 minute. Yeah, we'll do that so then we can get that thing. I'm just gonna have to sell most of the stuff because. There we go. We're on the board. You actually get real high real quick. Yeah, I like how the birds fly in it. It's quite cool. Don't think we're gonna beat James, but yeah, give it a crack. Then we have those animals we can feed, which also boosts our income. But yeah, these things, like, they sort of started going up, but then haven't really moved up in that to, like, compensate for how super high you're getting with stuff. Also, and there was an inconsistency in the fact that there's this green stuff that I hadn't unlocked the island for yet, but already was in the event that I could then collect. This mossy stuff. It's not in this one, I don't think. Just gonna have to sell a lot of that. Yeah, you do catch up kind of quick. Because it's just like real easy stuff, but might at max. The event might complete before then. But yeah, we'll give it a good crack and we'll see where we are in 2 weeks. We'll be solidly on the way of maxing a level 8 thing, which is good. Boom. Another one. More coins. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're almost full on resources already. gonna sell. Yeah, that's the mod stuff there. You sometimes run out of these things, so if you had a bigger storage, it wouldn't be so much of a problem. So now I could put her on these things, which I think I will. Solid row. 8, 8, 7. An hour, wow. Oh, that's still going well. That takes a while. Try to get a mix of the fish. Yeah, oh. $200, yeah, I don't think we get into that top one. And thus then, other than selling the stuff, doesn't really help. Will be interesting to see this game's future as well. Oh, how's that 40 seconds? Oh, a little clump of that stuff. Yeah, come 1st January 2023, it will be a more clear picture of, like, has this game had substantial updates, or is it sort of just semi-stagnated? Those things, those little red mushroom things, sort of are somewhat increasing, but not substantially. It's sort of sitting around that 30 mark. Just go through here and slowly collect all these things. Just so many games have died, it's crazy. It's gonna be cool upgrading all these guys. It's gonna be so cool. Giving this guy fishing ability will be epic. Yeah, so we're, yeah, at the end, once we're maxed level 8, which shouldn't be too long, we'll be within a month, then we'll be substantially, like, in a decent position. But this guy will have fishing, which will help so much, and we'll have 1,200 storage, which would be really good. We'll be able to grow crops even faster. Oh, she did get it all. It didn't take too long, and now I've got way too many resources. Maybe some ferns, I don't know. See, if I had storage, more storage, I wouldn't have to worry about this dilemma. Oh, how do I... Oh, I keep... Yeah, no, okay. That's okay. There's not that much more to collect through here, so that should be reasonably quick. How much has she got? 67, that's... Oh, yeah, if we can get that, we can actually complete that task. Let's go. I didn't know I had enough for that. Awesome. Oh, wow, yeah, now we're substantially... Yeah, getting to that 140, 160 is real dog. Because you have to then have that much space available to get it. But once you hit it, then it's like, whoa, we got huge storage again. Oh, I guess because there was grass on this map, yeah. How are we going on that? Oh, we made a dent. But I don't think we'll be catching up to him. And it's only 400 coins in it, which is not much. Oh, something hidden. They're the only two yellow things left. 1 minute and... It's not even that long considering. Yeah, someone could make a graph as to how much gold. It's hard to retrospectively do it because then you have to find all the people that have got to this point and yeah, like how much gold, because that will be like 10,000, 25,000, 49,000, 49, 69, 74,000. 79, 109,000, 119,000, 149,000, man. Oh, purple stuff, that looks cool. 1, 2, so times 8, 149,000 plus 8, 120, no, 229,000, 231,000. Ha! 220, 241,000. Oh my goodness.
Hoi.
31,000, something like that. 241,000. Oh my goodness. So there's like it's like 300,000 coins. It's actually really it's a lot. We always seem to need more storage in this game in Heyday and real, yeah, for real. Yeah, it's like clean your room. Like you've got like, there we go. Oh, there's mushrooms. Clean your room. Yeah, I'm definitely inclined towards not being orderly in terms of the stuff in my room. So much stuff. Got like the mindset of the war. Oh, don't chuck it out. We might need it. Trying to see a date on something. No, I can't see what date. Receipt. Oh, more of those things just, oh, right there. Right in front of my eyes. Ended up continuing this longer than I thought.
Yep.
Oh, it's 15 minutes regardless. Oh, I see. So then you'd play in at least 15-minute sessions. But then probably longer, because in the grass you needed for the tasks, you have to wait 15 minutes for it to get back to. Then you complete a whole web after that task. Oh, now there's this thing. Can I get these? Oh, okay, so they're like the red ones, but longer. I've got to collect those. Oh, I know, because I put her on those tasks there. Yeah, it's like not another resource. I mean, it's kind of cool having resources, but also, so that's only 4 minutes. Versus that will, depends how long I do the play session. Because if I play for ages, if I play for not long, for ages, then I just slowly get through all these first. But if I'm gonna hop off now. I think I'll hop off now. In which case, oh, they don't even touch 8 minutes. Same length. That. Boom, boom. Oh, we're gonna get the melon. That sounds good. Well, then you're gonna have to upgrade that other thing. Yeah, so it's like 300,000 coins or so. Yeah, so. Oh, so sort of like that would complete a whole thing. 2,500. Oh, wow. No. That's crazy, because for like 10,000. Yeah, for 10,000 it's like 400, which is like, oh, that's $8. It's like so expensive in that. But then like for like literally for $35, you can basically complete all of level 9 at once. Well, they still take a day, some of them, but yeah, that's mad, because then that's, so then you, alright, we complete 8, so then you're on to 9. Because you only go up to 16. And then there's hardly anything to get past level 9, because you have June, and then you've got like all the free play stuff other than animals. Interesting. Anyway, that's that. Yeah, that's that. I'd take a lot of photos. I take a lot of photo stuff, then get rid of the stuff. Fair, yeah, fair. I'm toying with the idea of going more minimalist. It's sort of like, yeah, it's sort of like, it's hard, like, because there's no, like, perfect answer in the sense, like, you know, is it inherently better to be minimalist than that? I mean, but I think it's more like the mentality of not being attached too much to stuff, because it's like, you could, oh wait, why did I take my wash off for this? Because it's still I should just charge this right here. I'll put it on charge now. Because, like, it's good to, like, keep stuff. It's good to remember stuff, you know? It's good to, like, it's really inefficient if you just, like, either chuck stuff out or just get rid of a whole heap of stuff and that, and then, like, oh, I actually need that stuff. Like, then it's still just, like, kind of useless. Like, it's kind of hopeless. Like, for example, because there's a level at which, like, you know, you can, like, you know, some people, like farmers or whatnot, might keep, like, a nail and that, like, all the nails that they ever use just in case they'll ever use them again, and then it's just, like, at that point, it's yeah, they probably won't use. But then, like, for example, an HDMI cord, you could say, well, I have no use for this HDMI cord at the moment. You know, I'll just give it away or sell it or chuck it out and that. And then, like, you know, a month later, you need a new HDMI cord. You're like, have to fork out, like, $30 to buy a new one. It's like, okay, no, at that point it's not efficient, but then it's like, well, where's the line of, like, how many things do you keep? Like, certain cords that I probably won't need that cord, but might need that cord. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's like, if you then had, like, a big, like, if you had a, like, if you had a really techie family and lots of people had a lot of stuff, then you could just sort of, yeah, you could just, ultimately, though, end up with someone that did keep lots of stuff. Because you just say, oh, well, you know, I'll be able to easily access it, rather than paying. Because as soon as you have to start paying for stuff, then it's like you really hesitant to like get rid of stuff because it's like, well, I don't want to have to pay for this and not long in that, so then I won't get rid of it. And Quack here, I remember, was that in 2019 the Quack thing? Yeah, that's crazy. That duck that I've got there, that's mad. Was that it was 20? That's crazy. Cause like there was Rush. That's crazy. Thing Battlelands preceded Rush Wars. That was so long ago. I mean, it also outlasted Rush Wars as well by over a year. But then lots of people would quit it by then. But yeah, so yeah, and same with like newspapers and photos. I mean, like you could just have like everything digital and stuff. I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's tricky. And like clothes, you obviously have to have. I very rarely buy new clothes. And I don't really wear out clothes much either. They sort of just last for a very, very long time. As I'm just looking around my room and like, well, what stuff am I keeping and why? A couple of Lego sets, filing cabinets with like bank information and other stuff. Like it's I don't know, like my room is so cluttered. It's like it's not actually that much stuff. Considering like this is like most of what I own is in this room. It's not even that much stuff really. Yeah. Yeah. I'd pawn off all my stuff to all my kids, but in a sense, you have to pay for storage as well. As in, like, if you keep it, then you have to pay. Wait, if you give it to your kids, you have to pay them, or as in, like, it costs to keep it, to store it. Wait, I'll get rid of that now. Ugh. Go back to the display capture. It's annoying that has come up. I'll fix it. I'll fix it later. Boom. Okay. Yeah. Have to categorize into necessary, pretty high chance of needing again. Recreation and just memories. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I feel like there's not that much left to sort of cover of Everdale. Well, I mean but there wasn't Everdale. Google Shopping, web search. Pass. Oh yeah, had a little. Yeah, definitely. Around the time that it got killed. Yeah. Wow, this UTC time. Wow, because it figured connected that as related that. That is like enough. That's like it's noticeable that you can see it. This will make it look real good. Oh, what? Okay, that's broken. Yeah, it was broken yesterday. Oh, Rush Wars is Factorio. I know that one as well. But yeah, Rush Wars is 10 a year. That's crazy that it like accurately satisfactory. Surely satisfactory is not getting knocked out as well. Web search, YouTube search. Yeah, it's been glitched. Yeah, it's so glitched. Iran? Why? Why is it so high in Iran? Oh, well, why? Past, is it, maybe it's just the past, oh, not past hour. Past day, oh. Past day, here we go. Oh, not really any correlation. It's kind of surprising. Clash Quest, yeah, related search. Udell. Yeah, that's in, oh, isn't that? Actually, no, that's not, no. Okay, yeah, so that's that. Yeah, sort of, yeah, it's a sort of anticlimactic ending to the game. like, and that's why I say, like, that last stream was sort of, not the 15-minute one, but the other proper one was sort of like a nice final goodbye to it. Cost of storage, bigger home, sheds and garages, buying digital storage, even renting storage space. All costs money. It's been, I don't know, it feels like it's just like a sort of pathetic way to sort of end this wonderful game. The other stream was just a wonderful way to end it, where I sort of said thank you to Ricky, thank you to Clash with Style, and it was just lovely. And this is sort of like, I sort of finished the Reddit post, played a bit of the other game, which is sort of like not even the game, and it's like, but yeah. Oh, that was from way ago. Oh, that's still there. Wow. Yeah, okay, I'm still in the VC, but I can probably help out at the VC, to be fair. Boom. Okay, so yeah, I feel like I just sort of have to just sort of end it, like, you know? Yeah, it's all root land. Daily events now. Oh, this was the top guy of Seafair. Wow. Yeah. I sort of hate to sort of end it like this. It just is sort of just so, I don't know. I wish it was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's just not what I sort of hoped, but welcome to the stream, Aquas. Why is it? I don't know. I don't know. What didn't meet Supercell's expectations. Oh, it's almost 3. Yeah. I don't know. It's sort of just such an anticlimactic, like, yeah, okay, guess it's it. We got 10 likes and it's been going up. Yeah. It's goodbye Everdale. These changed so much. Like, that one's still there, but, like, I think those ones are all different. Like, they're just changing, like, so often. Oh, there it is. There it goes. There it goes. Oh, my watch just got something back. Soonish. What? How is that done for sensitive content? And that's the only one. That's so broken. That's ridiculous. She already changed. And goodbye, I bet that's not to do with Everdell. Yeah, man, they post. I don't know how, but like 3, like both of them knew like straight away. They didn't. That was the 3rd. Yeah, so they hadn't posted anything since then. But yeah, I guess that sort of wraps it up. It's not really much more to say. I'm not as sad as with Rush Wars. Yeah. Yeah, neither am I, but it's still, yeah, still definitely really, really wonderful sad game that's really sad that it's gone. It was a great game, it had a lot of potential. There's a lot of fun in it, but yeah, ultimately it didn't last, which is a shame. Big shame, it had a lot of potential. But yeah, we had a fun time playing it. Yeah. Well, that will wrap this stream up. Thank you to those who have been part of the journey of Everdale, 24 of which I've done of Everdale, plus the videos on Rumble Everdale, plus the Valleys and Villages streams prior to that. So thank you to everyone that came and was part of it. So thank you to Satnav, to Garit, to Tim Chen, and for Tim Chen for being part of my Valley in the game. To Curry, to Saint Deruzo, to Aronix, yeah, I am from New Zealand, to Norsk, to Martin. Thank you to Satnav for the super chat. Thank you to Phasecast for the super chat. Thank you to Lynn for the super chat. Thank you to Glowstar for coming by. Thank you for Al Hotigan for coming by. Skittles for coming by. To Moonlight for coming by. For Colder SpaceX for coming by. For Sussy Boy, for D Fallen, for the Solo Does Stuff for coming by. And to Augustus16 for coming by. Yeah. S'mores by a fire. New Year's. Thank you for the 10 likes. And thank you for $51.74 in New Zealand dollars in revenue. That's awesome. It's over $50. That's epic. Thank you very much to Lynn for the orange, and to Facecast and Satnav for the greens. Thank you, all three of you for the super chats, and the three of you that are here now for everyone that was here in the stream. And thank you to everyone in the game that was part of my valley over the time, and for those in Eroda, which were part of my journey way back in Valleys and Villages, and then in the epic first 2 weeks. Thank you to everyone that was part of that as well, to the Seafarer clan, to the Sea clan, to a few good farmers, Taz, and the others in that. And to everyone that came by those streams over the many 24 streams. That's a lot of, I don't know, it feels like, oh, it's so small. But it's like, yeah, that's a lot of streams, especially when it's like at least 2 hours on average. That's like at least 50 hours of streaming this game. But if it was 4 hours average, we would have cracked 100 hours. I mean, I reckon, I definitely would have, 100 hours content on this game? Possibly. Especially since this first one's really long. So it's possible that we have done over 100 hours, which is a hang of a lot to be covering Everdale. I mean, Everdale was infamous for me, for being the game in which we got all those Excel spreadsheets up, which I'm not going to bring up now. But yeah, that was great fun. It really paved the way, created a new genre of stream for me, like this new alternative thing, and it opened my perspective of, oh no, all we can do is do the gameplay, and then there'll be nothing to do. Mate, we created hours, probably tens of hours of entertainment and enjoyment and interesting stuff from the reality of, we can't play. What can we do? We can do Excel. We can do Excel for an hour. We can do Excel for many hours. And so we had awesome fun doing that, and got some fantastic stats, and just epic lists of those early players was amazing in that. And I tried my best to capture everyone I could, and so a lot of people were featured for being top players who otherwise wouldn't have been through the in-game system, because there was no such game system that recognized the top players. So I really did try put a huge effort into, I hesitate saying try my best, because like I'm aware that like you can almost always do more, but yeah, like I really did try to really feature those top players, and that was really awesome, and cool with Trimax heading the game, and I think WDE hit it, and Ricky hit it, and others hit it, and it was really cool. So yeah, really cool. So it was a wonderful time. 2 of the best weeks of my life. Those first 2 weeks of it, especially the first week, was just insanely awesome. So it's been such a fun game, dating back almost 2 years now. In fact, over 2 years. Although I'm not sure when I got it. I might have got it November 2020. That's absolutely insane the whole Valleys and Villages journey. So it's sort of sad. It's like another chapter gone. Rush was much shorter. It was like 3 months and it's like gone. Whereas this era is gone for 2 years, which has spanned a hang of a lot of time. Like since then, Clash Quest in between it has come and gone, you know? And Clash Mini's been released, and, you know, Stumble Guys. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Stumble Guys was released after that. I can't confirm that though. And a lot of games have come and gone. A lot of events in world history have come and gone. The 2020 election, and now the Brazilian election, and a hang of a lot of stuff that this game, and including its Valleys and Villages form, has survived. It's incredible. I'll miss this game. I know, great. Me too. At least we're in the same clan, though. That's real cool. How we're still in the Root Valley, which, you know, don't feel any obligation to keep playing it if you stop enjoying it. Like, there's people that have already quit, and I don't know how much longer I'll play it for. I'll play it for at least till the season pass expires, which is about 2 weeks in that. At least play till then. So I think I'll play till I get to level 9. Like, I definitely want to max out 8 and get to 9. So yeah, and then probably get that other hero and that. Yeah, probably at least until then. Potentially longer. Like, I mean, it could go for another 2 months. We'll see. But at least 2 more weeks. So yeah, it's cool that we at least do have that connection. But that doesn't make the sadness. Yeah, it doesn't make it not sad that Everdale was a wonderful game that you played, I played, others played, and is gonna go. Excel for the win. So yeah, it's spanned a hang of a long time, and it's another part of Supercell history. It's crazy, yeah. Like, yeah, I guess as a YouTuber, I'll probably be one of the most involved in the beta games of Supercell, and I'd say, and Ricky. Ricky is definitely, because he was there with Rush Wars and that, so he covered Ghost City, which is from a Supercell-owned company, or invested in company. You know, he's done a lot. OJ has done Everdale, which that was cool. To OJ, oh yeah, shout out to OJ with Everdale. That was cool that he did it. And Galadon has covered a few as well. And and OJ covered Rush as well. So OJ's also done it a bit, and like it covered it at least once in that, which I think is cool. And it also then doesn't really take away the traction from me either, because it's just like a one-off video, which just shows their opinion. It gets overviews, and it's just cool that then that is documented in that. And then I just sort of regularly do content, like, quite intensively on these games, which it's a little success, but I still try. And Galadon covered it a little bit. Yeah, like Roman.live with Rush Wars and that, a few of them with Rush Wars. But yeah, it was, yeah, man, it's crazy how his name sticks in my mind this much longer. Yeah, it's been a brutal period. It's very sad and it's sort of symbolic with the Everdale die, not entirely. But yeah, it's been a brutal period, a bloodbath for Supercell creators for the last 5 years. After 2017, or definitely at least since, I'd say, yeah, and it's after 2017 it started going down, but in 2018 it was deteriorating. But yeah, as soon as the 2018 ended with the Brawl Stars going global, it's just absolutely gone terrible for at least 3 years straight, if not 4 years, because, you know, 2019, some people did okay covering Brawl Stars, but yeah, 2019 they released one game, it was killed. 2020 they released one game, it was killed. 2021 they released 3 games, 2 of which have just been killed, and one of them which is only still in a few countries and still could get killed. So it's been absolutely brutal. Like, the beta games have just been absolute failures for Supercell and the people covering them, and the Supercell, you know, Brawl Stars has tanked in interest since a year ago. Heyday has never really got back up, or never really not got to its 2014 stage, or really growing. Same with Boom Beach and that. Clash Clans and Clash Royale sort of holding steady in that, but yeah, it's sort of a bit brutal. Really. Very, extremely brutal in that. It's just a terrible environment for new creators to come about. And it's sort of not really, there isn't really any new, like, how many have covered, you know, how many new people are covering Clash Quest? Basically none. I mean, there was Carlos and there was iPsycho. I'm not sure if they covered previous ones, but there was not many. Same with this game. There's hardly anyone that's even covered Everdale, which is remarkable, really. Like, this is an active Supercell game, and there's like hardly any Supercell people covering this game. Which it could be a couple of factors. You know, it could just be not really a game that many people like. You know, but you think there would be other opportunists out there that are like, "Hell, this is a Supercell game. I'll cover this and that." But I think it's not necessarily a coincidence that Supercell's constant failures over the last few years with their games, people are like, I don't know if Supercell actually is the best company to go with to try and become a successful YouTuber by covering one of your games that goes global, you know, because the games just haven't been doing that. So, not really any new Supercell YouTubers with Everdale. I clashed with Style actually, although I had been doing other stuff for ages before then. But yeah, a very very brutal time in the Supercell history for and you know, and even I'm still going after like years, literally years of trying this. It's been over 3 years now of trying out Supercell beta games, every single one of which has died, with the potential exception of Clash Mini, which is currently still alive, but it's not global yet, and it's been over a year. Oh, it's been about a year now, and could still get killed. So yeah. According to Rootland, new content. Well, that's cool. I'm looking forward to that. They'll need to add so much more though to make it really like last. Like the fact people are already quitting, and it's been out for like, it came out in September, and it's like it's October still for most people, and within 2 months, like people are already quitting it because there's not enough to keep them there, which is like, whoa, that's like crazy fast. Like there's like within 2 months, and I can totally see why, because it's like there's basically not really anything to it. Like there's nothing, no expansion. Like you sort of, especially as soon as you hit like, and I've hit it. I've been playing it less than a month, and I'm almost, and I've already maxed level 7, soon to be maxed 8, and it will be like, okay, I've unlocked basically everything. Now all there is just keep playing this for months and months and months, and just keep collecting the shrooms just to like, oh yeah, so I can then get a few more animals and a few more islands. So we'll see how it goes. You know, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, really sad with the Everdale 2 years. I mean, that's a record. That's a record as far as I'm aware of a Supercell game. The length, unless one of those very early ones was, but I don't think that even Brawl Stars only was a year and a half, June 2017 to December 2018. Whereas this here was, I think, October 2020. So yeah, maybe September 2020. I'm not sure, but that's crazy. That's like over 2 years. Over 2 years, this game has been a thing, which I think is the longest time ever for a Supercell game to be in like that, and at least beta. So it's pretty crazy that after 2 years, it still ended up getting killed. And yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's real crazy. But yeah, I think that that's gonna wrap it up. It's been a wonderful time playing Everdale. I have really enjoyed it, and I will miss the game. It was a big part of my life for a long time, in 2020. Then I had a break for it, and then started playing again in 2021. And then Everdale came out, and then played that for like 2 weeks in that, and then had a big break for a bit, and then started back in like March 2022, and have played it ever since. That's crazy. Like March, April, May, June, July, August, September. That's crazy. I don't know how I only got to level 13 in all that time. But yeah, I had a great time playing it. So yeah, I don't feel like, oh, well, it's wasted and that. In terms of like growing my channel, it is, yeah, sure, because there's all the other games I could have covered. But it's not like, it was like, I never really enjoyed it anyway. Like with Clash Quest, I sort of only semi-enjoyed it. So and hence I didn't invest in it. I'm glad I didn't, because otherwise I would have been like, I just spent all this time and it just died anyway. So thank you to everyone that was part of the journey, the Everdale journey, both in overlapping with mine and coming by the streams or being on the Discord server that I created. And thank you to Orange and Lynn for helping manage that. And yeah, thank you to everyone involved in the Everdale thing. It's been a good time. So thank you to Supercell for the awesome game of Everdale, and thank you for the camera. Thank you to 24timezone.com for the time below. Thank you to 360 Mirroring for the reflection of the screen. Thank you to OBS for the free streaming software. Thank you to Restream.io for allowing me to stream to all the different platforms. Thank you to Trovo, Twitter, Mobcrush. That's an old one. Some of them, like when I started with way back in 2020, a few have gone since then. To Rumble, to Facebook, to DLive, to Freak TV, to YouTube, to Nemo TV, and Twitch for allowing me to stream it to your platforms. Thank you to the members of my channel, which I'll get up. And thank you to everyone that came by the stream. Thank you for the 11 likes, and thank you to the 3 of you that gave super chats. Boom, 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 boom. And we go to memberships. And there we go, 9 members. So it's been pretty stable since July. Sort of dropped to 8, then back to 9, then up to 10, then back to 8. So, yeah. Oh, there we go. Dylan Plays second account is back. So, there we go. Thank you so much to Lynn, to Josh Weiner, to FazeCast, iThings, to Shardlight, and to Dylan Plays second account for being members of my channel. And yeah, for substantial amounts of time. Like, the lowest is 5 months, which is still a solid amount of time. And that's a solid, and then a heap of you is like literally almost the majority. It's like over 2 years now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the majority. That's crazy. That's insane. Although Lynn, you severely, what's the word? Something the statistics. Severely skew the statistics in that. Although you do have that account, the counters, but that's crazy. That's still an insane amount of time. That's crazy that you even have still 3 accounts. And that. They're slightly less zoomed up on that one. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, that's crazy. So thank you so much, FazeCast, for over 2 years. Josh Wind for over 2 years. Lynn for over 2 years. Lynn for over 2 years. That's crazy. And look, we got the we got the thing. We got the badge. That's mad. I think that's a record. I don't even know if anyone's ever even become a member of their own channel. I mean, I'm sure someone has for a month as a joke. Like, there's no way I'm the only one that's thought of that out of like 2 million creators in years. Yeah, there's no way. But I could be holding the record for the longest. That's a sick ass record of so. And that was with the massive gap, which cut it in that. So 18 months ago. That's crazy that I've been unbanned for. I don't know. It's just never felt the same though, because my channel's forever been like severed and broken ever since, and never recovered since that ban, which is a real shame. But yeah, so that's a real shame, because yeah, so they were all the ones with that, and then those two, yeah, are both over a year. Thank you both, and yeah, they're at 6 months and almost to be 6 months shard. Can't believe it's been so long. It's just so sad that it got banned. It's just like, it's just so frustrating. Like, if it got the beginning of ban was bad enough, but then having it come back and then never get back to its proper state, that was just, it is so sad. Oh, this is, I honestly don't even look at this stuff anymore. It's just so stupid. I just like lose every week since I started. Maybe with the exception of the Everdale weeks. For like the last year, I've just lost. It's just sort of so sad. And it's not like, oh no, just do this. Oh, that's so low. Oh my goodness, that's a terrible click-through rate. Not even 1%. That means that for every 1,000 people every 1,000 people that's got shown my video in September, 995 of them didn't click it. It's like almost like no wonder. Oh, that one actually did get a little bit of traction. Yeah, the Stumble Guys ones actually did. It's like no wonder. Even these ones barely get anything now. Like even like when I start, like even this one for hours at the start got hardly anything. External that's crazy. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. And Stumble Life Coach, that's crazy that was the thing that, and it is a little bit for Clash Quest, and this is just in September. Oh wait, why is that for September? Yeah, why is that for September? Maybe it hasn't got full October yet, I'm not sure. Mix, SuperSight, that's funny. Oh, that was a little bit there. Oh wow, oh, that was probably me watching that. So low that even that would register, like, that's me. Suggested videos. It was, they're all small percentages, which makes sense. Google search a bit from there, but yeah, it's just insane. I feel it didn't used to be that low, like that. I don't even know how you can get 0. Did I even get any views on that day? 18. That means what? That's not 0. But yeah, yeah, it's just sort of just been sad. We just keep losing subscribers. Because, well, I'll just finish going through these things. Audience. Oh, yeah, there we go. The 3 heyday ones are still the majority. And hence I still get more and more Christian. Well, you know, can you please do heyday? Can you please do heyday? Oh, there's that. So, that's insane. Like, theoretically, I still, every time I stream, 2,000 people get notified. And, like, I often get, yeah, like, tiny amounts come by. And I bet that, yeah, well, that's clear. I know that's wrong, that list there. That's not right. That one, boom. And that one, research. If you would search, Kenny Long, what? Is this in the last 28 days? How? Oh no, because actually I do have 2 Yenny Laurel things, those other ones that I didn't affect. Oh, there we go. So that's brain need. It's like I have a content gap. Game esport. Hey, well, I mean it's theoretically what. Hey, I don't think the Hey to esports. I'm not sure. Not in the other countries. That saved. Search across YouTube. Oh, that will make it harder to do SEO because everyone can sort of see what ones they can be doing. Versus that originally it was like vidIQ would just say, and then only those that watched it would do it. But yeah, it's sort of just so sad because like all these videos I did and that are just all doing bad, and it's just got no incentive really to bring it back. See, if we look at the click through rate, yeah, if we go 2022, what's that looking like? Oh, the click through rate's been terrible for me for a long time. Oh, but even there, see, there it was sort of holding at like 3%, which was a bit better. But now it's, yeah, like, I don't even know if that's possible. Out registered at 0, that's crazy. Views for the 25th, was it? I don't know. Anyway, because if we go custom, and we go 20, here we go. So then this will show, oh, let's just look at that. Just look at that. Look, it's just like absolutely, just like that was where like so I was banned all that time, then got unbanned. It was just absolutely nothing. Had a tiny peak. See, and this was with Everdale. So Everdale was that gave me that little peak again, which was nice. But that was it. That's it. And then this year was Clash Mini, which I spent literally $1,000 on it. I was one of the top players in the world, and it just, even that was basically nothing. But yeah, this was the growth of my, just imagine the trajectory. Like, this would be this, and it would have just gone like, well, not necessarily, but it could have, if it was kept going like that, it could have gone like that. The final day, we were getting 10,000 views a day, and then it just killed it, and it could have just kept going like that. But yeah, now it's just nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Impressions, because it didn't have that data then. 2 minute, but that's because there's so few views. Click-through rate. Oh, why didn't you save the click-through rate? I'm sure it used to. No way. Huh, that's kind of annoying. No, it definitely did. I don't know why it's done that. Anyway, yeah, as you can see, that says what you need to know. Live videos. Oh, you can see that tiny. Oh, was that for Oh, well, what's that other thing then? Oh, that's for my live streams. Ah. No way. Okay, so then what's the videos? Oh, there we go. Average view duration is... Well, that was weird as. Somehow it got like... That's weird. What the heck is that? I don't know how that happened. We like got like 1 view or something. Yeah, must have. 1 view. Oh, maybe it's because I could still view. I'm not sure. Anyway, 1,000,000 impressions. Yeah, so... Yeah, but let's just look at it. Yeah, oh, so that's then not as... Oh, because it's not... Oh, because it's just videos, right? So it's, yeah, so it wasn't those streams, which, yeah, it's just absolutely flatline. Like, you can see a tiny bit of flatline, but... Yeah. That's literally, yeah, banned, and then that, and then... Oh, I just keep going back to it. I can't change it. It's just reality, but it's like, this is just absolutely stuffed up my channel. Like, it's just like, you know, it was bad enough having that ban, but then to, like, not return to that, like, at all. Like, not even close. Not even half for that. Like, not even half of that. Like, just absolutely nowhere near, like, 500 views down from 1,000. It's like 5%. It's just absolutely nowhere close to what we were at, and just, yeah. I've been trying all this time, and my channel's just dead. It's like, it's almost like it's blacklisted, but I haven't got proof of that, and, yeah, I mean, it just seems the algorithms just deranked me, and then I just don't get many views anymore. But, yeah. It's just so sad. Okay, anyway, I when I see that, it just makes me think of it, and then I just go out again about how sad it is, but it's like, well, just finish up with YouTube then. If it's, yeah, I just got to finish up with YouTube. That's, yeah, it's just so sad, because it's just so annoying, like, just absolutely wrecked it, absolutely destroyed it. Like, who knows how popular I could have got covering Clash Mini, had that not happened. But it absolutely stuffed up my channel permanently. Right, you skew them, yes. Thanks to YouTube, glitched my main channel was still... That's crazy how there's still... Yeah. I don't know. I'd say move to Rumble, but I don't think Rumble. I mean, I definitely would still say go to Rumble over YouTube, but I don't think Rumble's going to be this wonderful thing. It's okay, there we go. I'd rather skew the statistics. Yes. So thank you to everyone that was part of it. Sorry, I shouldn't have ended on the other. I don't know. The real ending is a month ago when I did that stream and said farewell Ricky and that and Clash Clash with Style. That was sort of a nice sort of proper ending. That this year I'm still glad I did it because we sort of just got to finish the final few moments. We scrolled through all the Discord stuff. We had that great chat with that guy and we read through those real interesting articles about that stuff. So it's sort of just, it is more interesting content, which I'm happier that I did than didn't do. So yeah, that's gonna wrap it up. And I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. It's been good to stream it. It's been good to stream it. It's been good to cover Everdale. Thank you guys for being part of it. It's been a wonderful journey. Or it could have been nicer if the updates had come through in this game. But hey, we still managed. Okay, so with that, I will do the final screenshot and then it will be finished. Okay, there we go. So boom, 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 boom. Okay, we'll do that. New boom and. Yeah, there we go. So, Everdale 31 2020. That's sad. My very final one. I mean, it doesn't mean that I couldn't look through Everdale stuff in the future and that, like, stuff about it, but yeah. We did look through that thing, but I never found that other one that I was looking for, of something that I'd covered. Boom, and 6 hours. There we go. The stats. Okay, with that will wrap it up. Oops, do that. What? I'll get rid of that. Boom. Yeah, that will wrap it up. Thank you for being part of it. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for the wonderful Everdale journey that you were part of. Have a wonderful, beautiful rest of your day. It's so sad just closing. It's just closing and finishing it. It's sad. It is what it is. Yeah. Thank you for being part of the journey. And have a wonderful, beautiful rest of your day. See you all later. Good night, and God bless.